Talks live event. Okay, they've gone under different names, but that means this is the 14th Games Talk live event and the 6th in Dundee. How cool is that? That's pretty cool. And I reckon we've got a good few people here have been to most of them. Hands up if you reckon you've been to at least 3 or 4 of them. See, look at that. Awesome. And you're still not sick of me. How is that? How is that possible? Anyway, for those of you that haven't been to these before, the point of these is to get a bunch of interesting talks on the go. They're all just 10 minutes, bar our keynote, so that we just get a huge array of interesting and fun and hopefully educational talks. It's partly to get us together as an industry, because 4 or 5 years ago, before we started doing these, there was nothing going on here. This week, there's a ton going on, which is great. But it's partly just to get us together as an industry and give us a chance to meet other people in the same city. And I know there's people travelled from other cities. So it's great to see people moving around Dundee, Edinburgh, and Glasgow as well, just to meet everyone else. But one of the things I've only belatedly realised is just how valuable these are for people outside of the Scottish games industry that want to come up and meet us all. So when I started doing this, I was just kind of inviting you all and everyone I knew in the local Scottish games industry. But when I started speaking to publishers and saying, "Oh, we've got these events where we get the whole of the Dundee games industry, the whole of the Glasgow games industry together, you don't want to come up, do you?" They bit my arm off, because it's just a chance to come up and meet everyone. So we've got all the publishers basically throughout the afternoon will come up and give you a few tips and tell you a bit about themselves. The point of this is for them to meet you all, so they want to be hijacked. So use the breaks. We'll do a break about every half an hour if we can keep to time. Use the breaks and collar all of the publishers and all of the speakers. They're coming up on here because they've got something to say and they want to have follow-on conversations. So do just grab them. All of the speakers should have a VIP lanyard, so it'll help them stand out. So even if you've not heard someone talk, but you see they've got a VIP lanyard and someone's not already in their face, then get in there and find out more about them. A COVID-safe, in-your-face distance, obviously. For those of you watching online, we've got the breaks every half an hour, so you'll just need to go off and watch an episode of your favourite 80s TV show, as I find myself doing these days. We do have a Discord online, so you can chat to other people that are watching. If you go to discord.gamestalks.live, that's discord.gamestalks.live, that'll redirect you to the Discord and you'll be able to jump on there and chat to other attendees. We've had a few changes to our schedule. We'll bring this up throughout the breaks. Unfortunately, COVID has taken, I think, 2 of our speakers, someone from Unity and someone from Quali was supposed to be speaking. We were supposed to have someone from the BFI, but his plane got cancelled, and then for his later plane, his train got cancelled, and after about 8 hours of trying, he just gave up. So we're down a couple of people. But we kind of had too many speakers anyway, so it's not a problem. We're going to be full of talks all the way through this afternoon and this evening. For those that have ordered food and for speakers who get food, another wee incentive to speak in the future. Food should be here about 5:30, I think. I can't remember. When are we doing a break? We're doing a break at 6. Food will be ready at 6. Yeah, if I got my times right. Food will be ready about 6. I used to do these basically out of my own pocket, which wasn't sustainable for very long. However, because we've managed to make it a bit of a thing, there's now people behind it and helping make it sustainable. So I wouldn't still be doing this now if it wasn't for the support of all these brilliant organisations. So thank you very much to Creative Scotland, to InGame, to Axelbyte, to Blazing Griffin, to Firestoke, to Pocket Size Hands, Glitchers, Ninja Kiwi, Escape Technology, Hyperluminal Games, Sheridan's, Johnston Carmichael, Speech Graphics, and Rivet Games. So without them, we wouldn't have been able to bring all the speakers. You know, we've hired a coach to bus everyone round and various costs and everything. And probably more importantly, we wouldn't have been able to have the drinks vouchers. So let's give the sponsors a big round of applause, please. You'll be hearing from some of those folks later on. So again, you know, they're talking, they're sponsoring because they want to have conversations. So do just grab them. At these events, we've pretty much always tried to raise a little bit of money for a good cause. So we've got a bunch of prizes that we will raffle at the end of tonight. Sometimes we've done it in each of Dundee, Edinburgh, and Glasgow. This week, because we're tying in with SpecialEffect's one special day, we're doing one special night, and that night is tonight. So for every £5 donated, you get one raffle ticket, which could win any of the prizes I'm about to run through. If you want to donate, you can either see the folks that kindly checked us in at the door with the Games Talks Lives hat, and they'll take cash off you if that's your preferred method of payment, or it's simpler if you just go online. If you go to raffle.gamestalks.live, that'll redirect you to the Just Giving page. So that's raffle.gamestalks.live. I'll remind you of that before we go into the break, and you can hopefully use your break donating lots of money, because you'll want to after you see the prizes we've got, which are 3 copies of Power Wash Simulator, courtesy of Square Enix Collective. 2 custom Xbox controllers, courtesy of Idea Azure. If you don't know what this is, we'll explain later on, but it's a Baby in Yellow plushie, courtesy of Team Terrible. Short Hike on Nintendo Switch Collector's Edition, courtesy of Super Rare Games. Superliminal Collector's Edition on Switch, courtesy of Super Rare Games. Boss Monster card game, courtesy of Tencent Games. Also from Tencent Games, a couple of books. Go Straight, which is, I can't read the title, but it's about beat-em-ups and the art of point-and-click adventure games. And another raffle draw we'll do is the art of Final Fantasy VII, I assume it is, and a Bitmap Brothers book. Modern Wolf, just this morning, have kindly donated a 10-game bundle worth over £100 of a bunch of their games. That's Steam keys. Idea Azure have given up a bunch of Xbox games, so we'll raffle these in 3 lots. So there's these 3 games, then these 3 including a couple of sports games, NBA and FIFA, and then these 3 including Guardians of the Galaxy. And then we've got a few more to go. Then, courtesy of Humble Bumble, we have a Temtem Collector's Edition. Again, that's worth about £100. One of our speakers and sponsors, Axelbyte, are putting up a £100 Steam gift voucher. I know that says euros, but it's basically the same thing these days, so fine. Also giving up £100 of Steam vouchers are our sponsors and speakers, Pocket Sized Hands, as well as Tencent Games. So thank you very much to them. Tencent Games are also putting up a bottle of Cava. For anyone donating online, we won't post that. That's only for someone here, unless you want to come up to Dundee or Edinburgh and collect it from me in person. Idea Azure have also donated these massive collector's edition boxes of Resident Evil 2 with all the figurines and dioramas, and for Resident Evil Village. And I know they're massive because they turned up at my house the other day and they're basically filling my hall. So I need to get rid of these tonight. We need to find happy winners for them. Creative Assembly have got the team to sign a copy of Total War Warhammer. Very kind of them. And Idea Azure have also given up another one of the collector's edition boxes of Cyberpunk. And then our star prize, if all that isn't enough, star prize is a 4-night stay in an eco farmhouse. So for just £5, you could win any single one of those. There's about, 15 prizes. So for about 75 quid, technically you might win every single one of those if your luck's in. So when we go into the next break, we'll remind you and get donating. We started online late last week. We sold tickets last night at Edinburgh, and obviously to the folks watching online. Last time I checked, we'd raised £1,600, thanks to £500 being matched by local company Tag Games. So that's amazing already. In the last couple of years, when it was all online, we raised, I think, £7,000 and £11,000 respectively. We're not going to match that, but to be at nearly £2,000 already is amazing, and we'll see where we can take it. Okay, we will get rid of me and start hearing from the more interesting people. So to start us off, they've wanted to come up to Scotland for quite a while. I badgered them for a couple of years. Finally, they've felt bad that they've not been able to make it, that they ended up sending 3 of their producers up. One could only be in Edinburgh, but we have 2 producers from Square Enix. This is Square Enix Collective. So please give a warm welcome to Tom, who will tell us a bit more about them.
Well, everyone, thanks, Colin. Thanks, everybody, for coming. I'm Tom. I'm one of the producers for Square Enix Collective, and I'm here to talk to you a bit today about what it's like to work with a publisher, that's the word. So a quick bit about us at Square Enix Collective. We're the indie publishing arm for Square Enix. So what we do is work with either like more established indie teams who are maybe looking to do something a bit more ambitious, or maybe brand new teams that are teams straight out of university. And we try to resource our AAA resources at Square Enix to help bring these indie games to market. So we're a small team. There's just 6 of us. We consist of some marketing expertise, some social media manager, and then the 3 producers who've been attending these. So these are some of our titles that we've launched and are hoping to launch soon, probably, hopefully. What we get often asked quite a bit about is what indie teams can do to get noticed by a publisher. Like, what can they do in their pitch to stand out from all of the other pitches they get? And really, there are a lot of talks and a lot of resources about this already, where we felt like there's enough out there that you can build a really strong pitch. But what we find out a lot is that what happens after that point. So once you've been noticed and somebody's ready to give you an offer, what happens then? So that's what I'm going to talk to you a bit about today. So after you've got your pitch together and your publisher's seen it, they think it's fantastic, they want to make you an offer, what happens at that point? And the answer is a lot of really boring paperwork. And that can include, so a lot of this is going to be very skewed to what Square Enix Collective do, because obviously I'm from Square Enix Collective. Not every publisher is going to ask you for a lot of this, but being prepared for this is a really good shout. So due diligence documentation, that is basically a blanket term for lots and lots of documentation. So a few points that you could be asked for: organization charts. So who's in your company? What is everybody doing? Resource plans for what people you don't have in your company yet. Maybe there's people you want to bring on halfway through. Maybe you're going to have to ramp up a little bit more closer towards the end for the QA process, something like that. Basically, you're going to need to get that over ahead of time so your publisher can know what to expect as they work with you through the whole of the project. You can have your development roadmap, your development schedule, risk logs, finance plans, all these things that you're going to need in order to run a project. There's also a very good shout is anything that you have for third-party software, any kind of license agreements you have, any kind of details of that is really going to help you in the long run. Like once you're first starting and you're putting a lot of, free software in there that seems like a really great idea at the time when you're getting your prototype together, might not be a great idea once you've figured out what the license actually means and what you can bring to what you can use to bring to market. And speaking of that, Legal, get a lawyer, lawyer up. So really, when you're entering into any kind of contract, you want to make sure that you have someone who is on your side to help make sure that everything in the contract is to your best interests. Now, hopefully your publisher will be in your best interest and everything there will be above board and great, but it definitely doesn't hurt to check. And well, once you've entered the contract as well, you're going to have to do lots of things to help set up a company. So register as a traded company, get all of your, like trademark your game, trademark your IP, all of this stuff is things that a lawyer can help you out with. So all of that's done. What happens next? And the paperwork doesn't stop, it continues. So some of the things your publishers are probably going to want is really boring stuff that isn't directly involved with making the game. And quick list of them here. So the first one is making time within your development plan to join and talk to your publisher. Like whether this is weekly meetings, monthly meetings, maybe you're just talking to them at the milestone dates, but you're still going to want to build into your plan time to talk to people so they feel involved in the process and they know everything that's going on, and that also you know everything that's going on with them. Maybe they're sorting out things for you that you don't have direct visibility on. You're going to want to have time to talk to them every so often to make sure that's all going ahead as planned. Milestone delivery. So again, this could change from publisher to publisher, but there's a lot of, sometimes your milestones aren't just going to be delivering a build. There's going to be a lot that goes along with that, which can include all of these live docs that you have as well. So things like updating your risk plan, updating your production, updating your GDD when things aren't, when you start out a project, you may have all of this stuff down, you may have an idea of what you want to go, but all projects change over time, especially when you're developing a game. You might have better ideas, better opportunities, and part of the milestone deliveries will be to update all of these things so your publisher knows what's happening and know where you're aiming at. Your QA delivery process. And so a lot of the times publishers sort out QA for you, whether it's internally or externally from the publisher. And they're going to have different ways to deliver builds to your QA teams. They're going to have different processes to make sure that everybody's up to date with the right version numbers, all that kind of stuff. So you're going to want to know how you do that. You're going to want to know how you're talking to your QA team, what kind of bug software you're using to track it. All of this stuff is things that are vital, but things that aren't directly involved with building your game and sending them over. So localization as well. Are you localizing your game? Is your publisher localizing your game? And how are you handling that process? Are you delivering just text docs that you're sending off? Are you working directly with the localization teams themselves? Blah, 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 all that kind of things. The lawyers, again, are going to keep popping back. So things come up throughout development where you're going to need time to either talk with your publisher's lawyers or your own lawyers, and you're going to want to build in some time to make sure that everything there is not distracting you from what you want to do. And the last one we got is feedback loops. Now, really, this is going to depend on what you've worked out with your publisher before, and it really should be something that you set out at the start. Like, how much feedback do you want to receive from your publisher? How much feedback do they expect? If you set that out at the start, then that's really going to help you later on and help you estimate how much time you're going to have to spend with feedback from publishers. So there is one trick as well that we've learned that really helps with all this stuff and means that you don't have to focus on any of it. And that quick trick is, if this works, it does, hire a producer. A producer will take care of all of this boring stuff so that you can do focus on actually building the game. So, and it doesn't stop there. There's, aside from the production, there's also marketing. So really one of the main things to sign with a publisher for is their marketing resources. We especially get asked that a lot with all of the connections that Square Enix has. How can we make an indie team take full advantage of that? And really, similarly with the strategies from when you're first coming up with your milestone delivery plans and things, you're going to want to find out how your publisher is going to sell your game, how they're going to take what you have and bring it to market in a way that you want. You're also going to want to know, well, skipping to the last one of it, but how much time do you want to be involved with that as well? Is this something where you have a really strong idea for your brand and you a really clear plan on how you want the game to be seen by the public, or is this something that you just want to hand over to your publisher completely? And again, how much communication do you want to have with them while that's going on? Is it just approval of assets? Is it that you create the assets yourself? What part of that do you want to take with it? And how much do you want to just hand over? Community building as well is extremely important, as we all know, but is this something that you feel like you can do internally, or is this something that you have no idea about and no idea, I don't know how to make tweets, what TikTok is? I know I don't, but a lot of publishers will have somebody that can either take care of that for you or help you guide through that. Events as well are an extremely big one. Like, do you want to spend time going to events yourselves, where you're literally manning the booth and talking to the public, or do you want to hand that over to an agency that will hire people for you and then deliver your message from them? So again, you can spend time making the game. So key takeaways from this, that well, I hope you take away, is that you schedule, you really build into your timeline for your development, time for doing things that isn't part of directly making the game. So that's everything that we spoke about, with just meeting the publisher, to just, well, working on the assets. Anything that is not directly made the game, you really want to build that into your timeline before, because you are going to spend a lot of time doing that as well. You're going to want to keep in touch, keep communication lines open. Really, it works best with a publisher if you're within a partnership with them. Like, if everybody knows what's going on and you're comfortable working with each other, that's when you foster a greater relationship and you get better results from it through the end of it. Really, that moves into clear communication lines as well. And lastly, and most important one is, again, hire a producer. Really ask you for, build that into make your publisher pay for you to hire a producer, if that's what you want. If you don't have anybody on your staff that you feel can do all of these things, or you don't want to take on this kind of challenge yourself, building that in from the start and getting them to take that away by hiring somebody internally for you, definitely an ask to have. So yeah, that's it. Thank you for listening. And yeah, thanks everybody.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Tom. So we're going to take our first break. We'll be back in 20 minutes because we're running a little bit late. However, do grab Tom and Katie, who are here from Square Enix Collective. We'll head back outside, get a drink, and we'll see you back here in 20 minutes. We are doing some filming. So Sarah is going around with a camera. If you don't want to be filmed, just let her know. And while you're on your break, raffle tickets. Raffle.gamestalks.live. Buy loads of tickets, win loads of prizes, and we raise money for an amazing charity that you'll hear a little bit more about later on. See you in a bit. Okay. The problem with having a reputation of having a bunch of great developers is that you get a whole bunch of publishers and then you have to fit them all in along with breaks and dinner and things like this. So we'll try and keep to time. We will start off, we'll have a block of 3 speakers now. So first up is a man who knows Dundee well. We did a little whistle-stop tour of Dundee before this for everyone else, up the Law Hill and down to see the Lemming statues and DMA design and stuff. This guy knew it all. He's very familiar with Dundee, but it's great to have him come up. He's come up from Manchester. So this is Mr. Simon Smith from Team 17. Please give him a warm hand.
So I will point out I didn't know everywhere because I hadn't been to the law before. So that was quite exciting. But as everyone knows, I know exactly where TK Maxx is. So this is Ed's laughing because he's going later. This is a bit high, actually. So I didn't really put together a long talk. I just wanted to just have a chat, really. I didn't do a load of slides. I've famously got 1 slide. So I'm now 1 slide Simon. I just wanted to say hello and make myself visible. Pardon me. And it's fiddling with the microphone in front of me. I just wanted to say hello, welcome to the talks, and hello, I'm Simon from Team 17. Come and talk to me about games afterwards. I'm a senior game scout at Team 17. I sign games for the company. I've been in the games industry for 20 years, started at Codemasters as a level designer, and then I worked on Colin McRae Rally and Operation Flashpoint as a level designer. Worked at Blitz Games for a few years where I did new business and game design and new game design for new projects that we did. I did everything from Reservoir Dogs to Barbie to Burger King games. We made some amazing games for Burger King. That was quite exciting. And then I worked at Sony for a couple of years, Buzz and Pursuit Force Extreme Justice, which I'm contractually obliged to do that when I say Extreme Justice. So I've done quite a few games. Then I had my own indie company for a few years where I did some games. I did a game for PlayLink in 2018 called Word Hunters. Please buy it because no one has. Which was funded by Sony, so it's all right. Don't worry. It's not too much of a stress. And then I got asked to work at Team 17 last year as a game scout, which is a bit of a dream job. I think a lot of people would like to do that job. It's a great thing to do. Talking to developers all the time, being nice to developers and trying to be gentle with them when we turn you down, which is a thing, but we can't publish every game, even though we'd like to. So yeah, hopefully you've heard of Team 17 already. We are the biggest independent, in inverted commas, game publisher in the UK. We kind of have 2 sides to our slightly schizophrenic company personality. We have the more family-friendly stuff, such as Worms, Overcooked, Golf with Your Friends, My Time at Porsche. And then we have the more mature stuff, the more hardcore mature stuff. Neon Abyss, Hell Let Loose. Marauders is the latest mature game they released, and Blasphemous. So if you haven't played Marauders, it's absolutely amazing. Please buy it because it'll help my bonus. And that came out at the start of October, and it's a looter shooter set in space, 4-on-4 teams where you're basically space pirates and you're flying through space to get to the ship. Then you get to the enemy spaceship, you clang onto the side of the spaceship, cut your way through the hull, dive your team through, hopefully without them noticing, then you sneak around. And like when I was playing it, I was piloting the ship when we first signed the game. I was piloting the ship, and then someone just came and shot me in the back of the head. So it's that sort of fun game. I'm not actually timing this properly. Oh, I've got a timer. That's quite good. I've got a countdown timer, which I've only just noticed. So 3 minutes of what is Team 17 looking for. So it's interesting this because really what we just say is great games, which sounds terrible, but it just means we are really open-minded. We've got quite a wide range of games. At the moment we've announced games like The Night Witch, which is kind of a side-scrolling character shooter, which is coming out in a few weeks. But we've also announced Autopsy Simulator. So Autopsy Simulator is a pretty much what it says on the tin, but it's got a lot of, it's actually more of a horror game with a story where you're an autopsy technician doing this kind of stuff. So that's quite exciting. And what we're, so it's really difficult to say what we're looking for just because we're so open-minded. Another thing that's quite interesting as well in the what we're looking for stakes is, I've got the logo on my badge, which you can't see, but we bought a couple of other companies in the past year. We bought a company called Astragon Entertainment, which are based in Dusseldorf in Germany, and they make simulation games. And we are also looking for games for them. So they make games like Construction Simulator, Police Simulator, Bus Simulator. They make the world's #1 bus driving game, which is pretty damn exciting and actually pretty successful. You know how these things work. Geek's got a geek. So yeah, if anyone's interested in working with Astragon on a simulation game or something like that, you've got something you would like to pitch or you want to do some work for hire, come and talk to me, because they hire whole teams. They go like, what's the next bus simulator? And then they talk to developers to make that for them. So that's also something I can represent. Team 17 wise, very open-minded on any games that you want. We're going to want, we want games that make money. We're a commercial company. That's really what we want to do. The budgets can go up to 5 million, but we're perfectly happy to fund indie games, a couple of $100,000. If you're a small company not done anything before, you probably want to think about pitching for less than $500,000. I would say that's the same for most companies as well. But we're comfortable with that amount. Loads of indie games. I was just telling Frank outside, we've got a guy who's a one-man band called Enestas Novezas. He makes a game called Sweet Transit. He's such a one-man band. He doesn't have a company. He doesn't have a company name. His company name is him. So Enestas is his name. He makes a game that we released in early access called Sweet Transit, and it is about building train tracks and trains. And he worked on Factorio, so you kind of get the idea there. He's a lovely guy. And just come and talk to us and talk to me, pitch me whatever you want on the Team 17 website. We also have a submissions link. You can just go to team17.com/submit game. I think there's a link on the website. You can pitch stuff there anytime, now or in the future. It gives a really comprehensive list of what we're looking for, the basic information for a game. You can upload your build, or link to your build. You can upload your link to presentation, etc., etc. And if you use that presentation submission form, when you click the button send, it goes to me and all my team. So it's actually fantastic. We can't lose it. We see that information straight away when you send it. So it's a great way of submitting to Team 17. So, and the other thing I would say about money really is just pitch the game that you want to make. That's my advice to everyone. We're all creative people. We're all excited about being creative and making games. So, it's one thing trying to find a game that fits the market, which is a perfectly reasonable thing to do. But at the end of the day, you've got to make that game for 6 months, 2 years, 5 years, whatever. But pitch the game that you want to make is my big piece of advice and takeaway for everyone. But come and talk to me afterwards. Very relaxed. Didn't want to do too fancy a presentation because everyone else is going to give you some great tips on working with publishers. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Simon. Make sure you grab him in the break. Okay, next up, another company that has come up, and her car broke down on the way here. She's had to get the AA out and everything, but thankfully she's persisted to be with us. From Tencent, a little company some of you might have heard of. Here is Shannon McLaughlin. Welcome.
Hi everyone. I wasn't tall enough for the mic yesterday, so I put on high heels today, so hopefully it'll be a bit better. So I'm Shannon, and I'm here to talk to you today about the Nexus Partnership Studio. I'm still not tall enough. So I'm here to talk to you today about the Nexus Partnership Studio, which is a studio that I work for, and we're a studio inside of Tencent Games, which began in late 2021. Right now, we have about 20 people working for us in 2 locations, which is in Liverpool and in Shenzhen, where Tencent HQ is also based. Collectively, as a studio, we've worked on 300 plus titles, from Sackboy to Star Citizen, F1 2021 to Goat Simulator, and many in between. All of our team members have worked on a variety of game genres, through launch to release in the last 30 years. We're a multidisciplinary team with over 100 years of combined experience. We work local on the ground with studios day to day, while benefiting from the huge amount of expertise across the Tencent group. This is my lovely team here. We're headed up by a fantastic team of directors. Pete Smith is our VP. Some of you may already recognize Pete Smith. He was previously director of product development at PlayStation, and he was hired by Tencent to build our studio from the ground up in 2021. Many of our team members have previously came from some of the most well-known games development and publishing studios in the world, and we've helped those developers in numerous ways through company service, collaboration, and partnership as well. So who are the studios that we work with right now? Well, the 5 studios that we currently manage are Tequila Works, Sumo Digital, Splash Damage, Inflection Games, and Shark Mob. Hopefully you've heard of some of them, if not all of them. And while a lot of our projects are currently under wraps, there's certainly 2 amazing titles that I'm happy to talk to you about. So we have Song of Nunu, which is being created by Tequila Works in collaboration with Riot. If you don't know, Riot's also owned by Tencent. It's a single-player narrative game where you join Nunu and his trusty companion Willip through an idyllic but treacherous world to find his mother. And we also have a really cool game called Nightingale coming out. This was created by Inflection Games, and it's actually their first very own IP project. Nightingale is a survival crafting experience set in a rich gaslit Victorian fantasy, and it's currently due for launch in 2023, hopefully, if everything goes to plan. So what's our aim as a partnership studio? Well, our aim is to empower, support, and our developers in delivering the next generation of global blockbuster games. And how do we achieve that? Well, we build and acquire teams with great IP potential to deliver the next generation of innovative games that push the envelope of that genre. By leveraging Tencent's experience and expertise in free-to-play and games as a service strategies, by utilizing Tencent's experience with mobile and co-development solutions to enable seamless and accessible multi-cross-platform integration, and by ensuring that all of the games that we release are released to a really high standard within the genre that they want to create. And we do that through supporting every studio that we work with. We empower them to create the games that they want to make, and we collaborate as part of that process as well. And our approach to that is we help our studios grow, whether it be through headcount, whether it be through the IPs that they want to release, or their creative vision. We're flexible in our approach as well, and we make sure that the way that we work with the studios helps them. We share the passion with our studios, and we want them to succeed, and we plan for success. We work very much face-to-face with our studios, whether it be weekly meetings, monthly meetings, whatever works for the studio themselves. And we also allow our studios a lot of creative freedom. Ultimately, it's their game, and we want it to turn out the way they want it to be. And we do this through 4 main sections. So we do production, creative consultation, outsource management, and co-development. So for production, we do have a framework internally, most publishers do. So we make sure that our teams are confident and prepared to pass our internal gate process at Tencent on time and within budget. We offer advice on effective tooling and production methodologies. We make sure to connect our studios with the best teams in Tencent at the right time so we can enrich their development process. We also help with submission checklists, and we work with our studios to ensure their submission process is up to date and runs smoothly. And we also offer advice on quality to make sure, again, that the highest standards are met when releasing the game to the public. We also provide creative consultation. So this is part of my role as well, where we review studio milestones, pitches, and presentation materials, and we feed back constructively. We also have a creative why process, which is a little bit of a marketing term. But basically, we help our studios define their creative why to ensure they understand that their creative vision, how it innovates within their genre, and contributes to enriching their player experience. We also work with our internal databases within Tencent to gather analytics and marketing for our studios to provide a better overview of their market share. And we also provide general creative direction and inspiration on all creative aspects of the game, from narrative to marketing to brand identity and much more. We provide help with outsource management also. I'm sure many of you know that working with outsourcers can be tricky. And also, as you're building your game up as a studio, you might find that you need external help. So we're here to match our teams with the best outsourcing partners globally. We also assist in the management of those outsourced partners and the delivery of the services that they're providing. We definitely provide legal advice because it's one of the most important things you can do across your entire game. And we do that through agreements between vendors. And we also help with risk management as well. So it's our job as a studio to help highlight the risks to our partners and help mitigate them as soon as possible. And last but not least, co-development. Another thing that you'll probably go through as you're hopefully building up games and studios is you might not always have the head count, you might always have the skills or support you need. So you might work with a co-development partner. So what we do is we help find the best co-development partner for our studios and their project needs. We also help find porting partners as well to help support platform porting. We also connect developers to the right groups of support, technology, and feature assistance, sometimes with consent, sometimes externally. We offer support on the ground day-to-day with project management of the co-development services. And last but not least, publishing. So just as a reminder, Tencent, while we do have publishing arms, is investor at heart. So while we may help you publish, we also might encourage you to self-publish, or we also might partner you with publishers that we know as well. So we'll help you, the developers match with the best publisher for them, platform holders and IP holders. So the main thing for us is we want to identify areas that we can help contribute to our partners. We help define their processes, their methodologies to help meet their needs. And then we use our knowledge and expertise as a studio and pass that down to our partners to help enrich the game's process. But the main thing for us is helping our studios deliver the next big thing and ensure that their creative vision is met. Thank you, everyone. That's my email, but feel free to come and ask me any questions if you have them, or you can always send me an email as well. But thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Shannon. For the next gentleman, I might need to put the microphone back up a bit higher, I suspect. Let's just see if we can do that. Yeah. That'll do. So our next speaker, I've known for a number of years since he was at Nintendo a number of years ago. He was sort of the main third-party contact for the UK at least. These days, he is a scout and consultant at Bitwave Games. So please welcome Ed Valiente.
Oh. I drove here barefoot, eating loads of Toblerones. Does anyone know that reference? Aha, yes. While he's open, okay. Who's heard of Bitwave? Yeah, I met you guys yesterday. Who's heard of Embracer? Yeah. That's more hands. Okay, so why is Bitwave part of Embracer? Actually, who likes retro games? More than AAA free-to-play games. Me. Oh, I don't like them. Okay, right. So I'm just going to tell you the story about what Bitwave is and why that might be interesting for you if, like, you are students setting up a company or even a developer, already established developer. So Bitwave is a developer and publisher based in Gothenburg, Sweden, and it was founded in 2013. And it was founded by a bunch of guys who met at university who really wanted to make pixel art games. They made 3 games in 9 years. So basically, they did a lot of IT consulting work to pay the bills. Gothenburg has AstraZeneca, Volvo, SKF, and things like that. So they went through the whole process of bootstrapping, never getting any external development or anything like that. Wonderling DX was actually released on the 5th of March 2020 at PAX Corona, the famous PAX event. Not a great time to be releasing your first major 2D pixel art game made in Unreal. Because of the pandemic, things were not looking particularly good. However, the CEO had always dreamt of bringing back a classic NES game from his childhood. So he wrote to a guy who was at Embracer, who'd previously been a scout at Raw Fury, and he basically pitched him, I'd love to be able to work with this kind of IP. And the guy at Embracer was like, funny enough, we're building a retro gaming vertical and the biggest gaming archive in the world. And we're looking for developers who are passionate about older consoles and games and want to bring those back. We're the biggest dedicated console porting studio in Sweden, which isn't very much. At first, we were like, who would pay Sweden rates? But then you have studios based in LA, so Sweden's really cheap compared to there. So we work with Thunderful Games, and that's actually where I met these guys, because I was at Thunderful. I didn't do the big kind of intro thing, but I've been around for 25 years and worked at Sony, Microsoft, Squaresoft, Namco, Rovio pre-Angry Birds, and Thunderful. So the company was acquired by Embracer in 2021 to be part of this retro vertical, which is called Free Mode. And there are some corporate Free Mode slides that I was sent on Sunday that haven't really read that much. Not really my style, but I'll show you some of them anyway. But we basically went quiet for a while, and we rebranded in February because we thought we were going to announce the Free Mode vertical. Unfortunately, the acquisition of Limited Run Games, I guess you're probably all familiar with Limited Run Games, took a while longer. So Free Mode was announced at Gamescom this year. We've got 26 people working there. We basically have one team working on publishing sequels or ports of classic IP. I don't know if anyone knows this game. It was never released in America. It's an NES game. It was one of the top 10 NES games if you look at Kotaku, IGN. It's like a classic difficult platformer which actually inspired Sakurai to make Kirby. We're working with Sunsoft and City Connection to actually bring that back as a special edition this year. We also do porting and publishing support. However, now that we're part of a bigger organization where we can actually afford to do things like pay for IP up front and get development funded, we don't want to grow too much, but what we want to do is scout for other developers with a passion for a particular IP. Now, I've met so many indies over the years who their project they make that they pitched to me back at Nintendo was like, I'm a huge fan of Game X, and I've always wanted to make something like a Game X. It's like, well, if you come and speak to us, we could potentially go and get the IP for Game X, and you could be the ones making that game. Which I think if you're mitigating risk these days, it's really hard to like make a new IP in the indie space succeed. And even, you know, when I was at Thunderful, like we had more misses than hits, which I guess that says more about my scouting ability than the company. But this is not my role, but I can facilitate mergers and acquisitions discussions. So if you're an established studio and you'd like to be part of this Free Mode thing, then you can speak to me and I can put you in touch with the right people. There's the tagline. I don't like reading those things out because I never write those words in such a way, but that's who we are. So you can see there, we have offices around the world. We recently announced the Lord of the Rings Middle-earth. I've joined that group as well, but we have C77, a developer over in the US, Middle-earth over there as well. You can see Limited Run. Clear River is also a publisher as well. We have distribution. A company in Sweden, they actually make LARPing, like proper Viking costumes for LARPing and actually some of these Viking TV shows. So basically, if you're a company that doesn't fit in one of the verticals like Gearbox or Saber or Crystal Dynamics, like IDOS, then Free Mode is the place for you. I'm focused more on Mode 1, Classic and Retro. So that's really why I'm here. If I were to come to you and say, what is the dream game that you want to work on? I can basically have a chat with the guys back at HQ, and maybe we own the IP because we have 800 IPs, or we can facilitate that just through our connections previously with working with a lot of Japanese companies. And even if we don't publish you or anything like that, we also have access to other services and things like that that you can take advantage of, and that we can take advantage of as well. And yeah, this is one of those presentations you send to someone to read later. So if you actually want to talk to me about all this kind of stuff, I can explain it in a bit more detail. But we are massive fans of old games. And what's retro to me is stuff from the early 80s. But what's maybe retro for you, if you're just graduating, is like PlayStation 3 is retro. So, just when I say retro, it doesn't mean some really difficult 8-bit game. It could be, you know, a really cool, janky PlayStation 1 game or a PlayStation 2 game that, you know, you're really inspired by and passionate by. It's really fun, and I really enjoy being in this space because I like retro games and I like playing on my old handheld stuff much more than I do new things. So, and I always get like really passionate when I really love it when I meet passionate developers out there. So I actually bumped into some developers at Gamescom and I said to them, what IP would you like to work on? And they mentioned the IP, and it just so happened that my colleague had a meeting them at the TGS the following week. And it just so happens that that IP is an IP that that company is willing to give. So, boom, a drink at a Polish games event at Gamescom has led to another game coming in. So if you want to make retro games, or if you want to sell your company and join our division, have a word with me. Thank you.
Fantastic. And we've got professional speakers today because they're all staying on time. How cool is that? Makes my job easier, and I'm the one that makes everything run late. We will take another break just now, and then we'll be back with our next block of great speakers. But do grab Simon from Team 17, Shannon from Tencent, and Ed from Bitwave Games, and we'll see you in half an hour. Thanks. Okay. Right, great to hear all the chat going on. That's kind of the point of being here. So I hope everyone's getting out their shell and chatting to people you don't already know, as well as people you do know. We will crack on with our next bunch of speakers because it's another couple of publishers that you're going to want to speak to. So first up, coming up from Secret Mode, who are part of our Sumo group, is Mr. Joshua Garrity. Please give him a warm hand.
Hello. There it is. Hello, everyone. This venue's a great deal more intimidating than the one in Edinburgh. I'm not scared at all. Hi, I'm Joshua Garrity. I'm the head game scout at Secret Mode. Today's talk is to run through what Secret Mode is all about, talk a little bit about my role, and the strategy and processes that the scouting team and inbound Greenlight team implement when looking for games that we want to sign. So first up, who the hell am I? I'm Joshua Garrity. I've been in the industry for roughly 7 years, coming up on 8 years. I started out as an acquisition manager at the time was called Sold Out, now called Fireshine. Sold Out originally was involved in, still involved in physical publishing, but they wanted to build out a digital strategy. And I was heavily involved with building out that digital strategy from scratch. After around 6 years, I moved on to Team 17 and was with Simon as a senior senior game scout over there. And then I was offered the head game scout role at Secret Mode. And over the course of my career, I've signed games such as Core Keeper, Gourd, Shadows of Doubt, Brewmaster, and many, many more. Who are Secret Mode? So Secret Mode were set up by Sumo Group to serve two purposes. One is to act as a path to market for Sumo Group internally developed IP. Essentially, Sumo Group didn't want to work with any other publishers, so they created one within their own company structure. So we work with teams like the Chinese Room, Orok, to bring their games to market. We also work with third parties to bring smaller indie devs, AA projects to the market as well. We're based out of Royal Leamington Spa, along with the rest of the games industry. Yeah, we've been around since March of 2021. Here are some of our games. I'm not going to go through the entire catalog, but I feel like these are a few that you might have heard of. Turbo Golf Racing from HugeCaf was released in August into early access and Game Pass preview. A little to the left, which is Imminent, developed by Max Inferno, and Lottonaut from Moon Lagoon, which is going to be released at a later date. What are we looking for? So at the moment, we have a strategy of 4 pillars. We came about this strategy by thinking about the skill set that we have internally, what we're passionate about, and what we know is commercial based on looking at the wider industry. So first up of the pillars is narrative. Genuinely good writing, really good storytelling does sell. We've seen that with stuff like Disco Elysium. We've seen that with stuff like Hades. More recently, the conversation around Soma has been reignited because of its presence on Game Pass. The word of mouth that you can generate with genuinely really good writing can help sell a game. Strategy. This is about leaning into the skill sets that we have internally. James Shaw, who's the CEO of Secret Mode, formerly a VP over at Sega, So obviously has a lot of experience working with teams like Relic and Creative Assembly. And a lot of the foundations, the bones of Secret Mode was built by people who are formerly Sega. So why not lean into that knowledge? Why not lean into that skill set when working with partners? Third pillar, wholesome games. It's an ever-growing kind of subcategory of our industry. They even have their own direct now. And some of our games that are tracking best in terms of wish lists and all the other metrics that you can name, like A Little to the Left and Loddlenaut. There's a community there that we're building. So again, lean into the audience that we're creating by further investing in this space. Multiplayer games. Now, this isn't just because multiplayer games sell really well. Of course, they do sell very well when they hit. But we need to have those games that create a platform for us, that create a community, create an audience. It's very much a case where these games float all boats. If you get that audience engaged with these community-generating titles, the single-player games benefit from them too, because we have a much larger, wider, addressable audience that's been created by those titles. There is a secret fifth pillar. I just really like the game, and I don't care what anyone else from Secret Mode thinks. They're going to look at it, and they're going to like it. This is to say that none of this is like strict or set in stone, right? And maybe in a year's time, I'll be presenting to a large group of people a completely different strategy. It's important to be flexible. It's important to react, but I wouldn't want to go into any relationship with a third party unless I had a sense of where I wanted to be, the direction I wanted to head in. And I feel like developers, you should have the same view of any partner you partner with. There needs to be some guiding lights. I want to give you some insight into the inbound process. What believer in giving credit where credit is due. I came on board Secret Mode around 3 months ago. Joining as the head game scout, I was like, yes, I'm finally going to employ all the process, all the strategy that I've learned over the last 7 years. I'm going to build it from scratch. I'm going to make it exactly the way that I want. And I arrive, and Paige Dolan, who's the Greenlight manager at Secret Mode, had already set it up exactly the way I want. So I was just like, why am I even here? Just, credit where credit is due. Paige Dolan, real superstar, only been in the industry for a year and a half, and she's already created a process that took me 2 years to make. Yeah. But to talk you through that process, we identify an opportunity. We'll talk about where we discover those opportunities in a sec. And then it will go into a soft green light meeting, which is just a panel of people going with their gut, right? We're not doing a forecast. We're not doing any kind of formal evaluation. It's like, do we like the game? Just on a fundamental level. Because it's really important that you have champions, that you have people who are passionate about the project before all the technical detail, the sales forecasts, et cetera, come into it. Because if you don't have people that fundamentally believe in your idea working on the project, you don't want to work with them. Most games die at this stage, right? If you pass that soft green light stage, it goes into project group review. There are 2 stages to that. We will create a presentation that we present to the wider Secret Mode team, so production, marketing, et cetera. We have a feedback form as part of that larger project group review meeting, and we collect that feedback and get a consensus of what everyone thinks. Then we have a approval meeting, which is with the department leads, and make a final decision as to whether we want to present this game and do the heavy lifting of doing forecasting, et cetera, for a formal presentation for the Sumo Group board. So then it will move into the green light review, which is when we create a business argument for the game. And we go into the green light meeting with the Sumo Group board and argue why we think this is something Secret Mode should take forward. Where do we find your games? There's a variety of different sources. Obviously, there's social media, Screenshot Saturday on Twitter, TIG Source Forum, Kickstarter. Frankly, setting up a Steam page will really help you. It doesn't matter if the game is really, really early. Just demonstrating that you can create some traction through community building on Steam is really, really valuable. And obviously events like Gamescom, GDC, EGX, and events like this as well. I don't have enough time to go through all of these points point by point. I literally have 20 seconds left. But if anyone wants to take a photo of this slide, these are what I think are absolutely necessary for when you pitch to a publisher. And then a few extra things, the things I consider to be like the cherry on the cake that will give you an edge, that aren't necessary, but if you can do them, you'll stand out. But treat the stuff on the left as something, as the things that you need to have prepared before you go into any pitch. That's me. I don't have my email address at the end of this presentation because I want you to come and find me in there and get it off of me. So thank you all for listening, and see you in there.
Perfect. I love the strategy about email. Great stuff. Okay, our next speaker has also traveled up, especially here from Super Rare Games. Is their head of marketing, Ryan, whose surname I've completely gone a blank on. Is Ryan from Super Rare Games?
I often forget my surname as well. Yeah. Cool. There we go. Also, my sincerest apologies to the few of you who have to listen to me ramble 2 days in a row. Big sorry. But yes, basically, this is some of this might be a repeat of some of the information you've already heard, but this is some tips, traps, and whether you should pitch your game. You should. I sincerely feel that whatever state it's in, you probably can start talking to publishers now if that's what you're after. And also just little tiny apology. I'm not a graphic designer. We have some of those that thankfully aren't me. You're going to see what I mean in a minute. This is a bit of a mess. But about me, so I mean, bit of a mess. About me, so I'm Ryan Brown. That was the surname. It was a little cliffhanger. I'm Ryan Brown, or @ToadsAnime on Twitter, and if I'm honest, that probably is the easiest way to get a hold of me because I basically live on that platform like a little hermit boy. But I talk too much as well, so please do shut me up if I talk for too long. Basically, I'm the head of marketing at Super Rare, as well as senior biz dev and scout. So that means obviously I head up a lot of all the marketing goodness and doing the biz dev stuff for platform holders, and then scouting for some of the games that we're going to sign as well. There's sort of two main arms to our business, if you haven't heard of us. So Super Rare Games is a physical Nintendo Switch publisher. So we publish a new indie game on the Switch physically, usually 2 or 3 a month, so about 30-something a year. And we did a short hike recently, Webbed, Strange Brigade, like a real variety of games, basically, that we do physically. And we sell exclusively through our store. And then Super Rare Originals, which is our original publishing label. Games like Grapple Dog, which is on the Switch and Steam. We're bringing Post Voyage to PS4, PS5, and Switch. And then a bunch of other cool games like The Gecko Gods, Lone Ruin, which aren't out quite yet. And then another little teeny tiny thing, which I always bring up because it's my personal passion project, and I insert into every conversation possible, is the Super Rare Mixtape, this lovely USB thing down here. Which is just a compilation of 30 games from the itch.io scene, so really, really small indie games. And sort of across all those, I feel that we really support indies of all levels, grassroots to sort of already successful to people that are pitching their games. So yeah, that's a bit about us. More on the terrible graphic design here. Should have inserted some pictures. But is publishing right for you now? You may not have even thought about whether you want to go commercial. I imagine a lot of people here have some sort of thoughts on that already, or people watching at home. Because, you know, sometimes it's a difficult decision. It's a difficult jump to make. There is an audience out there for most games. Yes, even yours, imaginary person out there. There is always an audience for pretty much any game of any niche, and there's usually the right publisher for it as well. So publishing is as much about visibility as it is about getting money. Obviously, people like money. Food is good. Having rent and a house to live, pretty cool actually. But visibility is part of it as well. Getting more people to actually see and play your game. So what do you get out of a publisher? Again, I won't list every single thing here, but obviously development funding and marketing and all those sort of expertise, localization, a lot of the things that you don't want to have to do or may not even know that you do have to do. And obviously making sure that you get the most out of your baby. A publisher is a partner, not a boss. They have the same goals as you, which is to make your game as successful and as visible as possible. And think about what you're looking for, of course, like self-publishing is obviously an option. If you already have a huge audience, you've already got the funding, you've already got all these things, maybe you don't need a publisher. I'd say more often than not, you probably do. But it is an option for some people, and we've had some games pitched to us where it's just like, look, you're clearly fine. You don't need us. Also worth remembering that it is your game. You are the one with the power. You are the talent. I don't like the thought that a publisher is up here and developers down there. You have to sort of speak up to them. That's definitely not the way it is with most publishers, including ourselves. You are the talent. Publishers shouldn't be this big, scary, unapproachable thing. So please do feel free to reach out to them. And don't be afraid to pitch. Like, what is literally the worst that could happen? If you're just going to send an email or a Twitter DM to a publisher, the worst they're going to do is maybe not see it or just say no. The best thing that's going to happen is you're going to have a game published. So certainly wouldn't worry about that. And obviously every publisher is different, as I say, different tastes, different scopes, different genres they like to work with, different teams they like to work with, different levels of funding. So it's really important that I think that you research publishers yourself. You can go off and pitch to 50, 100 publishers, and maybe you should. But you sort of want to target the ones that you feel would be best for you and best for your game based on what kind of games they've worked with before and what kind of people are there. And talk to your peers about publishers. I'm sure we all know that indie devs all talk to each other. So talk to your peers, talk to your friends about their experiences with publishers and the ones that worked for them. Certainly, obviously, if it's a similar game to yours, then that's helpful. And send out emails and pitch decks. As you've heard before, they don't need to be this hugely polished, beautiful work of art. This presentation isn't. But do add GIFs, add screenshots, add YouTube embeds. Do make sure that they're private, though, if you're going to do that. Don't publicize them. And a link to your build. Again, if your build is just a prototype, if it's not fully polished yet, don't worry. A good, experienced publisher is going to be able to see through a lot of that. They're going to have a feel for the game itself just based on what you're sending over, as long as you're sending the right stuff. And many publishers will want market research information upright as well. Obviously, they're going to go off and do their own market research, and they're going to have maybe even conflicting ideas about what they think that your audience is. But it's a good point of discussion to start off with for them to feel like you know what your game is and where it sits, even if that's different from what they feel. So definitely talk about where you think your game sits, and you could do one of those nice little circle bubbly things where you can show where your game is and where these games are, or a graph. Everyone loves a good graph. And paint a picture of how your finished game will be. Some pitches we've then gone to speak to sort of platform holders as an example, and the sort of questions we would get from them is more about that long span of game. Like, okay, this build is great, but what is this game going to look like 6 hours in? What is it going to look like 10 hours in? How does the narrative arc work? So even stuff like if you have a slide on, if it is a narrative heavy game, or even if it's not, if you have a slide on what that narrative chart looks like, basically, or what the gameplay flow is going to be like, even on a basic level, even if you sort of diverge from that later on, it's not, that's not a contract. It's just to give the publisher some sort of idea for themselves, and if they're talking to other partners as well. And who are you? Like, please definitely make a slide on yourself and on your team. That's an important part of your game, is you. And you're going to be working potentially in partnership with this publisher for years, many years. And you want to like each other. That's you want them to like you. They want to like you. You're going to be working together and talking to each other for many days. So yeah, you talk a bit about who you are, a bit of your history, even if you never worked on a game before. Just say you like football or whatever. It's totally fine. And if you are at discussion stage of your pitch, what can they do for you? A pitch discussion is a mutual conversation. It shouldn't be, you shouldn't be feeling like you're groveling, basically. If you got to that, if you feel like you're groveling, then perhaps not that interested. And you, as mentioned previously, you do want them to be interested in at least some people there to be champions and passionate about your game. So yeah, it should be a mutual discussion. And publishing offer received. Oh my goodness, congratulations. Wow, how amazing. A dev and a publisher should feel like a partnership. As I said, you're not an employee, you're a team. And are they passionate or just pure numbers? As I mentioned, you want to have someone that you're talking to or some various people on the team that you feel are champions about your game, are passionate about your game. Most publishers are really ultimately only going to publish games that they feel actually passionate about, even outside of pure numbers. And if the people you're talking to are excited about your game, awesome. But maybe try and get a feel for the people you were talking to on a daily basis. So the producer, the marketing team, if they're not part of that initial conversation, what do they think about it? Have they seen the game? Try and get some information on that. And do talk to multiple partners still, even at this stage. You know, publishers are understanding of the fact that you may be talking to other partners, that you may negotiate. If you got to that stage where you are negotiating, where you're having a discussion, you're not really going to scare them off by talking, you know. And show your contract to a lawyer. Someone else already mentioned this, but it is a point worth highlighting. A deal is not going to be good for either side if there's little bits that you're unaware of or bits you're unhappy about. So do hire a lawyer. Do talk to a lawyer and show them contracts and get their views on stuff. I won't go through every single point here. I have like pure seconds left, I think. But understand the deal. Like, do you keep IP rights? Do you have the sequel rights? Do they have the right of first refusal? Things like that. Is it a good deal? Again, talk to your peers about similar deals that they've perhaps had. Obviously, all deals are going to be different, but just understand what the industry is in terms of those. Will you fully recoup before you make any money? Is that important to you? These are all different things worth considering at this stage. And how will you be involved in ongoing discussions on a day-to-day basis? So the marketing decisions, you don't want to have to worry about everything, but will you be looped in? Do you want to be looped in? These are things worth considering. And you know, you don't want to have to part ways with someone, but maybe make sure there is a clause for how that works if need be. I'm over, so I will very quickly rush through this, but there are opportunities out there regardless of your scope. If you're a game jam game, there's going to be things like My Little Mixtape or Evercades and stuff like that. If you're a big game, obviously you want to be, if you're after a big commercial project, then you want to be publishing, but there are opportunities out there for everyone. If you have announced your game, make a Steam page now. If you're already posting hashtag screenshot Saturday posts, that sort of stuff, you kind of already want to have a Steam page because the wish list numbers is going to be one of the main data points. Don't announce things too early. I wouldn't, if you're aiming for a publishing deal, I wouldn't announce publicly that you're making a Switch version or making a PlayStation version because that can be a major publishing beat at a late point. Prepare to go dark if platforms might not want you posting all the time because they might want to show stuff off. Have a folder of cool content because that runs out quickly. And yes, as mentioned before, obviously we all look at hashtag screenshot Saturday and all those hashtags, so definitely do post on those and be contactable. A lot of developers, especially on places like itch.io, don't have their emails or Twitter or anything, and I've just had to give up, which is terrible. So yeah, definitely be contactable. Okay, that's me done. I've overrun. But yes, sorry for the wordy slides. Please do come find me and talk to me or DM me. Please tell me who your favorite Spider-Man villain is. Mine is Big Will, who is a guy with a big will. I don't think you'll be able to argue a point better than that one, but I will at least listen to them. Yeah, thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown. I will remember Mr. Brown. Okay. Give me 1 second.
Games are a big part of my
Okay, just before we go into our dinner break, as I said earlier, but for those of you who have joined since I spoke at the start, tonight we're raising money for the brilliant charity SpecialEffect. We've got a great raffle. I'll run through the prizes again later, but there's like 20 amazing prizes, including collector's editions and a 4-night stay in an eco house and a bunch of other really cool things. The charity we're raising for is SpecialEffect. So let me just play you a quick video that'll explain a little bit more about what they do.
Games are a big part of my life. With my disability, it was one of the only things I could do for enjoyment. So gaming has really opened up that door for me, and it helps connect you to other people in this world.
I can't do a lot by myself, but I can play video games on my own, which gives me a good sense of independence and achievement.
It's just a release from the monotony of the day. If you're not feeling well or you're uncomfortable, it takes your mind off it and gives me something to look forward to.
As a parent, it's made so much difference to Chase being able to access video games. It creates a level playing field. He can do an activity that he wouldn't be able to do in normal day-to-day life. But even better, with gaming, he can play alongside someone.
SpecialEffect are bringing families and friends closer together through video games. The setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And this opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create many more magical gaming moments.
Every penny from the raffle goes to SpecialEffect. Tickets, basically you get one raffle ticket for every £5 you've donated. So if you have donated already and would like to donate more, or if you haven't donated yet, you can either see the folks in the Games Talks Live hat that checked us in, and you can buy a ticket for cash, or if you go online on your phone and want to pay with Apple Pay or something, if you go to raffle.gamestalks.live, that's raffle.gamestalks.live. That'll take you to the Just Giving page where you can buy your tickets, and it also lists out all the prizes, so you can make sure there's something there you fancy, but I'm pretty sure there will be. We will now take a break. Dinner is now served for speakers and for everyone that's ordered food. It's at the back of the next room. Enjoy the food, and we'll see you in half an hour. Okay, folks. Right, got another set of great speakers for you. This is going to go on all night at this rate. So please welcome to the stage from his own company, Aetherplay, Mr. Ronan Sanford. Welcome, Ronan.
Hi everyone, thank you Colin for organizing this and the opportunity to talk here. I was here like 4 years ago, I think, talking about my earlier experiment with blockchain technology, but this talk is also about that, but really something I'm really interested about, and it's about the catchy name, Infinite Games. And the goal with the talk is trying to convince you that there is something interesting about blockchain technology beyond what you might have heard. Actually, on that note, like, who heard about Ethereum? Okay. I mean, I guess everybody heard of Bitcoin. People heard of NFT? Yeah. Who? Okay. So I guess who ate NFTs? Okay, so this is not about that. So, so a little bit about myself. So I'm a game developer that kind of fall into the rabbit hole of blockchain back in 2016. And so kind of, you might recognize some of the logos there, but probably most of the other one you don't know. Most of them are my personal project. Some of them involve NFTs, but not in game. I'm also like being the kind of, this was a very nascent ecosystem back then, and of course I participated in the ecosystem, and so I am partially to blame. I kind of co-author of one of the NFT standard, but I don't use it in what I'm going to show you. And so basically, blockchain bring neutrality on independence. So they are basically a set of computers running over the globe with no one having central power over it. They are basically open system on which anybody can build on top. And we see that with like what they call DeFi application, which is kind of about money. And but what is interesting about them is that they are permissionless, persistent, immutable, and composable. But I think something that is often overlooked is not only a technical achievement, it's also a social movement. And I think both of them are a requirement. And you can see here some of the logos. So one of them is Bitcoin, Ethereum, and the two other applications built on Ethereum. Uniswap being also permissionless, persistent, immutable, and composable, which means that you can build things that keep the property of the blockchain on top of it. So what if we did that with game? And that's kind of what I want to show you. So that's how I get introduced in the blockchain space. Was Ethereum.org in 2015 build unstoppable application. And for me, in my mind as a game developer, was build unstoppable game. And that was my dream since then. And one way to see it is that if Bitcoin is an artificial life form, and I believe it's like we can argue for it, then infinite games are artificial universes that live independent of any humans. So basically, humans have incentive to keep it running. And for me, this is fascinating. And the earlier experiment was Huntercoin back in 2014. And so this is a kind of category of game that, so infinite game is a broad, like a more specific category, but they are on-chain game. And the game state and logic basically run on smart contract, which makes them completely, there is no server behind them. The whole state and the logic run on it. And one of the examples is Dark Forest as well, and some of my work as well. But infinite game go beyond that. They keep the propriety of the blockchain they run on, which are fascinating. They have challenges, of course. Like one of them is a Sybil attack, which means like, what if you create multiple accounts and then you have an advantage in the game? A collision, which is also a common issue in game design anyway. But there is also kind of solution. And the solution is actually what blockchain provide, which is which have a kind of a money element to it. What if you could make use of it to solve this problem? And so this is basically like if you want to participate in a game, you deposit this stake, which you can lose if you misbehave. And this solves basically the issue of collision and Sybil attack. But on top of that, if you don't want to have bots running in your game, I mean, it's actually fine to have bots, but you want to also be more about humans, then your game needs to be a social game. And the outcomes are fascinating because when something is immutable, it invites people to build on top. Because it's like you will not build on a ground that move around. You want a stable ground. And persistence and permissionless bring interesting game theory about like if someone have more whales than other, can the other collaborate to actually extract the money from the bigger player? And it's also interestingly new game design tools for game designer, because now we can have participation. I mean, this is mostly about money in some way, but running this on the blockchain is quite easy. And persistence removes the need for a lobby, which is also something, it's kind of a game design issue for some games. And composability, the ability for players to build on top, I think bring a new perspective to players. So one example of it is Conquest, which have been launched. So the Infinite version have been launched since April, and there is interesting stories. It's a very simple strategy game where you have only 3 actions. And what is most interesting for me is all the player building tools for it. So all of these have been built by the community. But most interesting is the story. I invite you to read here on the QR code. It's basically a story about the player trying to conquer the universe, because right now the universe is controlled by 2 players, and these people have tried to conquer them but failed for now. And so if you're interested in this kind of games, there is there is a lot of things happening right now. One of them is Mud, which is kind of an engine to make easier to build these on-chain games. I've also been exploring another game, trying to go back to the very core mechanics of social interaction on a persistent world. And this is stratagem just with like colors and players kind of trying to collaborate and compete. Yeah, but that's basically it. Yeah, thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Ronan. Great. Lots to chat about there in the next break. Meanwhile, we have another very special guest. She flew over especially from Paris yesterday to come and meet you all. So from Focus Entertainment, please welcome Gwenelle Wozniak.
Hi everyone. So this talk is basically about what I do and how I do it and why is it useful for you. So just before jumping in, I'm gonna talk about some context. Focus Entertainment is a publisher based in Paris, working internationally and historically on simulation games. We got known for Farming Simulator. We are working on AA from narrative adventure games, RPGs, to the indie series with games like Chains of Senna, Portraits of Me, Dordogne, and you will see some of these images in the presentation. I joined the company a year and a half ago. My boss, Yves Le Yawank, with the chief content officer, built a publishing team dedicated to scout games to meet you and your projects. And I came, oh, sorry, sorry. And I came as a publishing content manager, which means I assess the game design and content of the games that you want to publish. And so it consists in weekly meetings first, where we receive the pitch decks, we receive the builds, every materials that you have, and we decide if it's interesting enough to go on. If we do, I will provide some feedback to you and internally. It can be full reports, it can be just small bullet points, but you will always have an answer on what we liked about the game, what worked, what didn't, etc. And so, since we receive like 1,000 pitch deck a year, and I personally read half of these pitch decks, here are some quick tips for you when you submit a pitch to publishers. First, the first objective of the pitch is for us to test the build, to make us want to test the build, because we don't have much time. I mean, if I had to test the 500 games a year, I would still be testing the first year. So yeah, be precise, be concise. 15 slides is well enough, and there are two major pitfalls that traps that happens. The first one is beginning with your story. We don't care about the story. Yesterday, when I said that, someone told me after, "Oh, you're not interested in narrative games." Yes, we are. But the story is not the narration, meaning we don't understand what the game is about if you start with the story of Robert or Natasha that falls in love and whatever. But we will be interested in knowing the narrative mechanics, how it will work. Will there be dialogues, cinematics, etc., etc. So don't begin with a story. We will need the identity card. We will need the gameplay loop. It's very, very important for us to understand what will be the objectives, rewards, challenges, etc. Place also the main mechanics and the progression systems. Once we have all of that, your job is done. And another trap is the positioning strategy map. Usually, this map is not relevant because you compare yourself with either games that have nothing to do with your game, like you're a platformer and you're comparing yourself to League of Legends. This happens a lot. Or this positioning map is on the same genre, etc., but compares itself to successes that are not achievable. For example, it's unlikely that you are going to have the same success as Hades if you do a roguelike. But you can be a great game and have a lot of success. It's just that if you want to compare yourself to a big title, do it with the same tools, like the same kind of team budget, etc. If it's a team of two with 10% of the budget of Hades, it's not really relevant for us, and we won't really understand what you're trying to achieve with your game. But once we have this pitch and that I can test the build, I will go through 4 stages to assess the prototype. This prototype doesn't have to be polished and everything. We are used to gray blocks, to the absence of sound design or feedback or whatever. This is perfectly fine depending on where you're in your state of production. And the first thing I will do is check your vision, understanding what are your main pillars, and if it's in conformity with our editorial guidelines, which are very short. Basically, it's we are looking for a mature tone, a mature artistic direction, and that's it. We are not making any specific type of genre or anything. It's the only criteria that we have. We don't do Nintendo-like games, but other than that, it's perfectly fine. And I'm checking the concept, if it's original and compelling. We are looking for innovation, so this is one of the first pillar, I would say. Sorry. And then, what about the fantasy? Is it also attractive, compelling? And what are your main USP, unique selling points? With that, I move forward to reverse engineering. This is a big word, but it basically means that I take your vision, what are your intentions, and I check how you translate them into gameplay. Meaning, if you have a fantasy that is the player is a ghost, that will investigate on some murder cases, for example. But in the game, when I play the ghost, I'm not able to go through the walls, or I can't really collect any clues, etc. And the only way I can feel that I'm a ghost investigating is through cinematics. Then I won't be able to tell that the fantasy is fulfilled. I'm not really a ghost. So this is the first consistency check. With that, I'll also look at the word logic. Are your rules really stick together for the entire course of the game? And on a global scale, is everything really consistent? This is a graphic that I like to use as a model, I would say, to have a perfectly balanced, consistent game. It's like 30% of its mechanics come from your expertise, something that is well known in the market. I don't know, like a crafting system or anything, something that is conventional, etc. And you know how to do it, and you do it perfectly well. With 30% are expertise, 30% that are improvements. So same kind of mechanics, well known, etc. But you do something more, and it's your way of doing it that improves them. And 30% that are truly innovative, and are mechanics that we didn't see before. It's just a model. It's just an ideal. Not all projects have to be like that, but it's nice to keep that in mind. The third pillar is execution quality. This is the moment where I look at the 3C, at the level design, at the art, the storytelling. This is the part where I'm interested in the story between Natasha and Robert and everything, just to see the quality of the prototype itself. It really depends on, again, the state of the prototype. If you're doing a rhythm game, I will probably spend a lot of time checking the sound design and not paying attention to the rest. If there is no sound design in that prototype, that maybe tells another another story. And finally, I will move forward with the market, meaning, is there an expectation for this type of game on the market? Do players wait for this type of games? Does it bring something new to it? And could it be possible to build a long-term relationship with you, meaning creating an IP or bringing other games in the future with you, etc. This is quite important because those feedback, they also help us, you to know if we understood your game and us to know if we will like working together. So once all of this has been done, we submit our feedback to you. We pass them also along to the green light committee. We do some recommendations, etc. We participate in the votes. And if everything went well, I will provide some follow-up, meaning documentation, researches, design support, things like that. Just like I said about the relationship with the developers, is it nice to work with you, etc. This is where it matters. And finally, the last thing that is important is to go meet you in video games conventions, basically because you are the one who knows how to do game design, and this is important for me to stay up to date. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you, Gwen. I struggled to do a speech in my first language, and Gwen comes over and casually does it in a second language. Brilliant. Thank you very much. Okay, our third speaker of this block is Oliver Smith from ExcelByte. He's their lead developer partner manager. Have I got that the right way around? Please welcome Oliver.
Thank you very much. Hello. So hi, actually 2 seconds, let me just adjust that so I can actually see my notes. There we go. Hi, I'm Oliver. Some of you may know me. I graduated Aberdeen University. I ran Author Studios here in Dundee. It's great to be back. And for those of you who don't, it's really nice to meet you all. So I'm currently the lead developer partner manager at ExcelByte Inc., where I do a little bit of everything, primarily focusing on helping our clients and our partners launch games and tackling all sorts of challenges in various shapes and sizes. So briefly on ExcelByte, we provide a single-tenant backend platform that's truly your own, with our bread and butter generally being enabling cross-platform play, cross-platform commerce, cross-title promotion, a whole load of stuff, e-commerce, everything that you don't want to have to focus on as a game developer. We sort of handle all that. Effectively, it's a white-labeled Battle.net or Epic Online accounts. You own all the data, and all the services are custom-tailored to what you need them to be. Basically allowing you to focus on what really matters, which is making your games awesome. And now that my sponsor obligations are over, why does your single-player game need a backend? As the world gets more and more connected, so too the games that we all make and play. Single player doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be disconnected, though, or not online. And you could be missing out on a lot of replayability, user retention, and long-term community engagement if you're not. So the lines have blurred a lot over the years. Most single-player games nowadays aren't truly unconnected. The Dragon Age series is a good example. It's an engaging and memorable single-player experience with consequences of actions affecting other games or choices down the line. BioWare use an online service where you can view and change your save states. And that then means that you can go back, change your decisions, try out a whole new storyline. It's a really cool, engaging system. And The Sims also has online elements with a massive player community that shares households, lots, different items. It's an excellent example of building that community experience in a single player game. And then we also have the From Software, Blood, Souls, whatever you want to call that series, of games where you can leave player messaging, which can be helpful or harmful, as well as someone jumping in and joining you to help not get your butt whooped for the 50th time of Melania. So all types of games can benefit from a backend in 3 key areas. That's data, engagement and of the community, and quality of life. So studying your players' data through statistics is a really great way of understanding them, their motives, and what is and isn't working in your game. And if you know how people are playing your game, you can then figure out where their interests lie and help drive where your future development should go. And let's be clear, this really is not about making it more predatory or addictive. This is genuinely just about building a better experience for your fans who are already playing your games. You can also find ways to expose these statistics to players in order to create sort of extra layers of engagement. Telltale's hit series, including The Walking Dead, excellent example. Choice-based adventure games, they just let players view whether in the majority and how many people chose which different choices, and that fuels online debates for months and months and months. And we all know that bugs make it to users, especially as more SKUs of player hardware are around than ever before. It's impossible to cover every combination. So with a backend and a suitable telemetry pipeline, you can actually see every event that your heart could desire. And then you can create basically a data safety net of sorts to help catch those unreproducible errors as they happen. You'll also likely discover that players are playing your games in ways that you never expected. They might be encountering a bug or a blocker, and you can use all of that data and, again, drive what you're going to do in the future. And we all know that community is important, and building one for a single-player game can be very difficult unless you've got existing hype. A backend can help you craft your community messaging. It can build engagement and make sure that you have that long tail that we're all after. So user-generated content, that's the whole reason that I'm in the games industry. You're giving the player opportunities to tell their own stories, build their own quests, their own worlds, perhaps even their own unique games within your world or your game. It opens up these incredible opportunities for the community to engage in emergent play. Take a look at some of these incredible projects that are out there now. Things like what the Bethesda games communities are building. Fallout London, it's basically like DLC quality content right now. And then on the other end of the spectrum, you've got Mario Maker levels. True ingenuity, it's just absolutely staggering, and the endless hours of content that's creating for thousands of people around the world. So support for UGC and for mods has been proven time and again to be nothing but a boon for developers, and adds endless benefits. Things like boosting your SEO, all those wonderful buzzwords, adding more content, attracting new players. It's just great. We're also seeing more examples of player messaging. So as I mentioned before, with Blood Souls, Bloodborne, whatever you want to call it these days. It's another form of UGC, and whether it's the comments in Super Mario Maker or those helpful messages in Dark Souls, it provides yet another opportunity for players to express themselves, and it makes you feel like you're not alone, forging that connection between the players and the game. Getting lost in games is probably one of the best feelings in the world, at least to me. However, community events can really add to that. They're a great way for making solo players feel more connected and feel like they're not alone. There are other people out there, and you can interact with them, maybe not directly, but you are aware that they then exist. Having the ability to tweak aspects of your game at will is incredibly powerful. Using server-side game data, you can give your players fresh experiences. You provide them with provide you with high user retention, and you can do all this by storing some of that game logic online. It means that you can also throw in new content at any time, much quicker than releasing a patch, especially on console. And you can easily add things like quests, swap in and out characters and NPCs. The world's your oyster there. We really are in the age of cloud saves. With the release of the Steam Deck, you can stop playing on the PC, you can rush out of the house, get in your train, pull out the deck, and pick right up where you left off. Or maybe you need some help from a friend in beating a final boss. But they're on PlayStation, you're on Xbox. That's fine. With a backend, you can link your accounts, upload your save data, go to the house, sign in. There it is, right there for you. We've also seen the rise of companion experiences over the past decade. Some of them are synchronous play, others are an overarching meta influence. Some are just bonus mini games for you to pull out and play on your phone. You can utilize the player accounts, their data, and everything you know about them to be able to create unique secondary play and engagement experiences wherever they are. So does my single player game always need to be online? Absolutely not. Of course, it depends on the implementation, but I'm sure we can all point to a game that became simply unplayable, yeah, ignore that, where the always online servers were turned off. Yeah. It's become a bit of a selling point these days to be able to say that you'll always be able to play this game, and that's kind of a sad reality. So we recommend to all our players, all our clients, that their single player game titles ensure that the game functions without ever touching a server, ever calling to the cloud. You should utilize backends to enhance an experience, but not entirely drive it. So you always follow that basic pattern. Make sure you have your basic config, copy, all the stuff you need to be able to run it locally, and then you can update your cache over time. You drive the adoption of your online experiences by making it engaging and worthwhile for the player. So give them some cool in-game rewards, linking accounts, or maybe completing a specific action in this game, or maybe another one of your titles, or your publisher's partners' titles. And the most important part is just make it seamless and effortless. Remove barriers to entry for them. So why does your single-player game need a backend? Well, you can learn a hell of a lot about what your users like about your game. You can keep it fresh for years to come. You can fix balance issues or problems on the fly. You can sync player data and progress across the cloud and onto different platforms. You can own your users' data, and you can reward their loyalty directly. And you can incentivize player engagement and feedback. Again, sponsor a bit here, but Axobyte helps all our clients to operate online games, not exclusively multiplayer games. I'll add one more thing, which is probably of interest here, is that Axobyte now also has a whole free thing called Axobyte Foundations, free up to 500,000 MAU, and give it a shot. It's kind of cool. It's useful. That's it. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, you know where I am.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Oliver. Okay, we will take another short break. However, please use it to speak to our speakers this time, who were Ronan from Etherplay, Gwen from Focus Interactive, and Oliver from Axobyte. So we'll see you in half an hour. Thanks. Okay, folks. Great, welcome back. We still got a bunch of great speakers for you tonight, so this is great. First up, from local company Pocket Sized Hands, we have John Duncanson. Please welcome him to the stage. Do you know these people?
I mean, about half the audience are probably invited by me. I was going to say, like, I wish my family had that level of reverence, you know, but can't have everything, can you? Got this time? Okay, so as a good chunk of you probably know, I'm John. I'm a programmer at Pocket Sized Hands. We've done various different things like VR, AR, console development, just lots of stuff. Chances are, if you throw it like a stone, you'll hit like some platform that we've worked for or worked on. You get the idea. This is the most clickbaity talk title I could think of. So when I pitched this to my boss, this is what I said, and he then said, "Well, what does that mean?" And I decided, I can do a talk about anything on this. So here's what I decided to do. Yeah, this is a talk on technical debt. So how many programmers do we have in the house tonight? Okay, so more than last night. Good to do. Good to know. So we obviously, to talk about this, we have to have a definition of what technical debt is. This is my personal definition, which is the process by which a project eats itself alive. I was told by our production department that that's not a good definition. They didn't like that. So instead, we're going to use a better definition tonight. The difference between what was promised and what was actually delivered, and that's definitely not a real comment if anyone from my company is here. So let's talk about some hard and fast rules. They're called maxims because maxims is more pretentious than rules. And I use the thesaurus. So first one, longer a project exists, the more likely it is to take on technical debt. This seems kind of obvious when you think about it if you're doing a title that's shipping on console or on like a physical like medium. And you're like, okay, yeah, that's fine because like you have a fixed release date. Now think about that in the context of a bigger game or a live ops title where that thing's going to be around for a while. It's not fun. Second thing, the larger the project is, the more likely it is to have technical debt. So as a project grows, the more likely it is to accumulate technical debt. It's just a case of you're going to keep rolling the dice and eventually you're going to come up double zeros, right? Like that's just how it goes. The third and final one, technical debt grows as more parts of a project build on top of it or around it. This is kind of the poison ivy effect where, we'll treat a wall as the technical debt, and then you can either build on top of the wall or you can crawl around and grow around the wall. I've seen this happen. It's not fun. Don't do it. So then back to technical debt. You have a hard to maintain project. This is kind of a no-brainer. We don't like hard to maintain projects here. Secondly, your time estimates for tasks can be inaccurate. If you go to your production department and say, this is going to be done this sprint, and they say, you've been saying that for the past 3 sprints, why is it not done? It's very hard to articulate to them. It's because all of this other code here, you see it like pointed on the screen. Yeah, this is the problem, and we can't just undo this because a whole bunch of other stuff is relying on it. Third thing, it's a very common source of bugs. At a certain point, when you have technical debt, you're going to run up to the limit of what that, like whatever implementation you have can handle. And when you run into that and you go, oh, why is this not working the way that I think it works? Chances are there's something underneath that you didn't really know about or consider. You go, oh, okay, so that's why. And the final thing that's more close to my heart, you get sad programmers who come into your stand-ups looking like that. If your programmers are coming into stand-ups looking like that, they're not having a good time. So how do you solve this, right? It's an obvious question. How do you solve it? Well, we found a couple of solutions. First one, treat fixing tech debt as if it was just like implementing features or adding stuff to a project anyway. This seems like kind of a no-brainer, but again, got to remind people. The other one is automated testing. Automated testing is brilliant. I love it. And this is how it feels to fix technical debt and not have to worry about it. This is not accurate to anything in the industry, by the way. I don't know anyone who has actually completely solved technical debt, but So fixing is part of the process. How do you do that? Number 1, you identify your tasks. Number 2, you prioritize and estimate time to complete them. 3, you fix the technical debt. And 4, you repeat as necessary. Your conversations with your producer will go something like this. Not based on real life. So automated testing, why would you want to do that for catching technical debt? Well, obviously, loads of larger studios are already kind of utilizing that. I mean, Call of Duty has automated testing. It has for quite a while now. But we're sort of starting to see it filter down to the indie level, because in the games industry, we have this problem wherein we look at something that general software devs say is great, and we go, right, I'm going to wait and see if that's around in 10 years' time, and then we're going to use it 10 years after we probably could have started using it. So by about 2030, we'll probably have automated testing across like everything in games, I hope. Please, please, please. It's really useful for tracking regression and bugs, because if you can get a test that can say, oh, this thing is not working, if you have a test to, test for that condition and see if the bug is still occurring, it makes it really, really easy to track when code that you have changed has affected the project. This is especially good when paired with the most passive-aggressive feature of any build system, which is email everyone who broke the build. It's brilliant. Beautiful, genius idea. I don't know why other programmers would think of it, but it's brilliant. And finally, if you're already doing it, brilliant, good job. Code is meant to change. It's supposed to be an organism. And I kind of feel like this whenever I bring this up with people in the pub. They don't really appreciate it. So this last slide is kind of what I wish I had known about a year ago when I was put onto a project where we were kind of adding new stuff, but we're also fixing technical debt at the same time. So first thing, you start small. Operate on the simplest part to fix. And the simplest part isn't necessarily the thing that you think is the simplest. It's the easiest to silo off and like, okay, nothing else is standing on top of it. You fix that first. You fix the low-hanging fruit first to get the ball rolling. You won't be able to fix it all at once. I wish you could. I know you can't. I tried. Just don't do that. Start small. 3, and you also don't need 100% test coverage immediately to catch any issues that you find. Again, if you start small and you do it incrementally, you'll be fine, because trying to do it all at once is just not going to work, especially at the scale of projects that loads of us in the industry actually work on. And make it, as I said, make it an ongoing process. So keep track of your technical debt. We have a log. It's color-coded, traffic light color-coded. for technical debt for everything that we find. So we have, it's a traffic light system. So we have red, which means we haven't actioned on this yet and we haven't investigated yet. We have orange, which means actively investigating and figuring out if we can fix it. Green, which means good, we fixed it. And magenta, which means it's a core part of the project, we can't get rid of it. Life sucks. And again, investigating how you might fix it is better than doing nothing at all. Like letting it sit there and fester, like it's like a virus. Like if you leave it there, it's going to keep growing and mutating, and it's going to become a bigger problem and a bigger problem, and a bigger problem. You have to be proactive. You have to do it now. But anyway, thank you for listening to this, like kind of short ramble.
Despite listening to that talk last night, I managed to make the clicker not work for poor John because I hadn't replaced the batteries in time. So there's something about technical debt in batteries. So moving on, our next speaker, also from closer to home, works with in-game, associated with Abertay University. He's an R&D fellow there. Please welcome David Sood.
Thank you. Hope everyone's having a great evening. I'm Divij. I'm an R&D fellow for technology innovation at InGame, but basically I do game software and game design. And I'm here to give you an early look at the in-game AR design toolkit for outdoors AR experiences. A little bit about InGame. We've funded a ton of projects, and this is how we were able to create this AR design toolkit, by applying game tech and game design to tell untold stories from unheard voices. And this will be part of the InGame CR&D toolkit partnership with VNA Design for Business in Q1 23. And InGame is the UK's dedicated Centre for Innovation in Games and Media Technology, funded by the AHRC. So these two projects that I worked on, the first one was Tipperary AR. This was a collaborative R&D project with Foyen in Dundee. We brought the streets of 1941 Lochie, Dundee to life on the iPad, and we let the player play the role of young Robert, who's escaping the Clydebank bombings by visiting his aunt and cousins in Lochie. It explores outdoors AR design and interaction, and was developed using Unity and AR Foundation. Next on the right there is Fanny and Stella AR. This was designed by Playlines in collaboration with King's College London and InGame, with me as lead developer. This was developed for the Strand Aldwych area, and we explored, again, outdoors AR, cultural and historical storytelling. We uncovered London's queer history, and we visualized this at the site of an event that happened 100 years ago. So first, I'm going to tell you a bit about this 12-step AR design framework. First of all, why is this important? Because AR design is counterintuitive. It's difficult to think about the wide range of technologies it covers, and to decide the type of content you need, to decide all the specs you need, the parameters of the project, and let alone its budget. So asking these questions that I'm going to tell you about, the idea is that this will give creators shared language to work out how users are going to relate with your content, to the location and to the technology. The goal here is to have a codified, actionable workshop process, get you to an 80% finished design for outdoors AR, and also just facilitate conversations. So for each step, I'm going to give you a couple of questions just to help you think about it, but the full version will have a lot more questions and will be more thorough. I'll also show you examples of how we implemented these steps for our own projects. So step one, visualization. The key questions here are, is your experience location specific or location agnostic? What features and landmarks are available to you at the location? And what will you visualize and how? So for Tipperary AR, the location in mind was lost to time. So we just wanted the experience to be playable on an intersection with a street in front of you with rows of houses on each side and another street to your left. We were looking at the features available to us were the street and the houses, and that's what we were going to augment. And what we chose to visualize were, again, the rows of houses from that time, but also a few historical landmarks. Step two, movement. So for this, can you identify movement hazards in your defined area? And do you need any sort of navigational guidance? This diagram here is from Fanny and Stella AR. You can see that we basically marked out what the calibration area is, where the user's location is, and where the main AR object will be. The kind of things we had to think about is we needed the player to move in a circle around that object. So we had to think about how much space was available and what the radius would be of the player's movement around that. In this case, we had a bit more space than a sidewalk, as it was right in front of this deep area next to the street. The main movement hazards were the street next to the pavement that had a low amount of traffic. In the future, we'd also want this to work on a narrow pavement, so that's something that we'd have to think about as well. Onboarding, step 3, is really important because AR is a new technology that not everyone is used to. So the things to think about here are, what's your calibration method? Are you using markers? Is it location detection based? Is there object detection or surface detection? And then how can you help the user feel comfortable in that space? As an example, for temporary AR, the process that the player needs to follow is to first find an intersection, scan the ground, then place a guideline object on the left, adjust its position and rotation, confirm, place a guideline object on the right, adjust its position and rotation, confirm, and then they would finally see the virtual world appear in front of them. So we guided the user through this through a step-by-step UI-based process, but that's still quite a lot of steps just to get the experience started. On the other hand, for Fanny and Stella AR, we used Lightship's VPS, Visual Positioning System, and that allowed us to basically calibrate to a location and have persistent content that just appears. So the steps there are, we show an image of the location to the user and show them what they need to scan. In the second screenshot there, you can see the pillar that they have to scan, and that just calibrates the experience for them, and they see the objects appear in front of them, which is that poster over there in the third screenshot there. Step 4, information and content design. So you need to think about what is the depth of information each object needs to convey, and what are the forms of content available to you. This little diagram you can see on the bottom left is a top-down view of the main lamppost AR object that we have. We split the content into 4 quadrants, and we had to think about what order do we want the player to experience these quadrants in, and then how do we guide them through those quadrants. So we have a poster on the left of the AR object that has an image and a headline, and on the right we have about 60 words of text. And then we also had an in-app browser to be able to show more detail and have a more detailed text content, since we wouldn't be able to display that in AR. And we also have a CMS to be able to load all this content into the prototype. For storytelling and role-playing, the main question here is, if you have a location-specific experience, do you know how the location supports the story, and how does the story support how the user experiences that location? So for Fanny and Stella AR, we cover the story from different perspectives, and this AR experience happens on the site of an event that happened there 100 years ago. Step 6, player-generated content and persistent content. So how does the user interact with and potentially create something in the world? The first example you see there on the left is a prototype I made for a co-op ghost hunt experience. In this, you have a wave of ghosts attacking you, and the player can draw a circle on the ground to make a protection circle appear around them and help them fight off ghosts. In the case of Fanny and Stella AR, which you see on the right, again, we had persistent content that just loads up in that space relative to the calibration point. But we also allow the user to place posters on any wall that they can find. And these posters are actually authentic artifacts that we were able to find through some research. Adapting to and blending with the real world is super important as well. The main question here is the game content aware of and reactive to the real world, the player, and other game content? So this example here is from Tipperary AR. We had a virtual car drive on the real road towards the player, honk, and swerve to avoid the player. So that kind of helps bring the player into the experience. For Fanny and Stella AR, we also looked at how we could make objects seem more grounded in reality. So one way to do this is to have some grounding, so kind of having some objects around the base of the object. So we have that little yellow circle at the base of the lamppost object there that helps, but you can also have smaller objects around your big object that also helps make it look like it's really situated in the real world. We also looked at casting a shadow. So basically the virtual object casts a shadow on the plane that's been detected on the real ground. That screenshot on the right is from the horror AR prototype again. So basically don't be afraid to use walls and ceilings if you have them. And over there, I have a ceiling crawler that comes at you from the ceiling. And so basically being able to know what kind of architecture and surfaces you have around you is really useful. I'm going to skip past this. This was really just about content type. Step 11, AR photography. AR photography can be a really powerful tool, for example, Snapchat and Instagram filters, but you can also think about this in terms of games and experiences. So first of all, how can you design objects to make them interesting to take a photo with in AR? Do you need selective occlusion? And can you think about maybe designing an AR filter? So for Fanny and Stella AR, we encourage players to take a photo next to the lamppost object, but we also thought about augmenting the player with a virtual sandwich board on top of them. That seemed like a good photo opportunity idea. And we were also thinking about a Victorian style treatment or filter on the camera. And finally, UX design for AR. So this really goes over a lot of stuff that I've already covered, but it's good to sort of revisit this once you're done with everything else. The main questions are, how are you presenting information and content in AR? And specifically in the case of AR, how are you encouraging the user to move and explore as you want them to, and then ensuring that when they do that, they feel satisfied. So a way that I approached this problem was through this 4-step process that I call calibration, direct attention, approach, and activation. So once the user calibrates with the location, they see an object appear right in front of them, which then directs their attention to the actual main AR object. That's what you can see in the second screenshot there. And then we needed to encourage the player to go up to that first quadrant and activate it. So glowing circle on the ground helps with that. And that worked out quite well for us. And then when the player walks into that location, it automatically plays the content in that first quadrant. And you also have to think about, how does the calibration method constrain UX? The reason we had to do this is because of location-based calibration, and we couldn't control what the calibration object is. And there wasn't space in front of the calibration object for the AR object. So we needed the AR object to the right of the actual calibration area. And yeah, that's about it. That's a lot of questions, but a good way to think about it is that this is a questionnaire that you can sit down with your team and work on. And at the end of it, you'll have almost a full spec for your AR design. And the other useful thing is that you can use this for discussions, not just within your team, but also with clients, investors, and other stakeholders you might have on your project. And we'd like to help you with your next AR project if you'd like to use this toolkit. So speak to me if you're interested in that. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Great. And then our final speaker before we go into the next break, he has also come up from down south. He's travelled up from Oxford. He's round at a few of the different Scottish Games Week events happening this week, but it's a real honour to have him back. He has been up here in Dundee and spoken to us before, but it'd be great to get an update. He's with the charity SpecialEffect that we're raising funds for tonight. So please give a warm welcome to Nick Streeter.
Thanks, Colin. Thank you for all your support for SpecialEffect tonight in the past few years, but also last over 15 years. There's many people in this room who support SpecialEffect, and without you, it wouldn't have gone from one man with his dog at the end of his garden 15 years ago to what it is now, helping many more people across the globe. But the most important number is 1. You'll see in that slide there's a young Wilson, and he comes again at the end of the slide. I just want to sort of do something a bit local. So Becky is somebody that we've helped for many, many years, and she actually studies in Dundee, so I thought it was quite apt to share her story tonight. We developed our own version of Minecraft, so called iMine. People can play for free across the globe. SpecialEffect is not a great business model. So basically, all disabilities all around the UK, we don't charge, we never charge. And it's quite simply down to people like yourselves that we can keep doing what we do. Becky, I think we started her when she was like 11. Basically, I'm going to share this quick video. It's probably the only video you'll see at Games Industry Talk that includes Jerry Springer, but here we go.
Great when children who've never been able to play a video game finally get the opportunity, and it changes their life. Here's Joe.
Now, computer games have never really been my thing. I'm not great at them. But what most of them seem to require is excellent hand-eye coordination.
But meet Becky. She has cerebral palsy and doesn't have the same mobility in her hands or feet as I do. Instead, she's playing this game with just her eyes.
Becky, tell me what you think about the game.
It means such a lot to me to be able to play this game because I had heard so much about it for such a long time from my friends.
To find out how this is possible, I'm here to meet Mick Donegan from the gamers charity SpecialEffect.
This is the simplest interface with the largest targets.
Okay.
So away you go. By putting on the screen a special interface, if you like, it's a keyboard, but just on the screen that you can control by just moving your eyes, that's the way that you can then control the game.
I have to say, this is exhilarating. So suddenly I'm just walking around. I'm going everywhere I want to go with just my eyes. It's really easy to use. I'm flying, gosh. And if I go to attack, I'm now also flying and waving a sword at the same time. And who doesn't want to do that? That's remarkable.
A lot of people, because of their severe physical disability, they can't achieve as much as they'd like to. There's their potential up there, and this is what at the moment they can achieve through technology. What I try to do is to enable them to get closer to that amazing potential that they actually have, but is so difficult for them to express.
What's the most impressive thing you built in Minecraft? Or what are you most proud of?
I've built lots of things in Minecraft, such as houses, a church, a hospital and a theatre. I really love my theatre because my character can go on stage and do some acting and dancing. This is great fun and gives me a huge sense of achievement.
Fiona, how does it feel to actually see Becky playing computer games?
It feels quite amazing, really, because it's something that I never thought she'd be able to do. And it shows how clever she is and show other disabled children and their parents what is actually possible.
What changes have you noticed in her since she started playing Minecraft?
It allows her to be creative, but it also allows her to join in with her friends. And that's always been something we have struggled with because she is non-verbal. And it means people like Becky can be totally included and almost the disability disappears.
We are all the same in the Minecraft world, and I am not disabled there. I think it's helped me be seen more equally by others too, and not judged so much because of my disability.
And in the future, where do you hope this technology can take you?
I love playing computer games, and I want to be a YouTuber and make videos of my life and all the different games and technology I use. And I think my future will be very exciting.
Oh, we love that.
Wow, great story. Thanks, John.
So many of you have been involved in the There's so many of you being involved in the what, and that's just one why by an amazing student here in your fine city. During the pandemic, you stood by us, and we can never thank you enough. One of the things we've done, we're a game maker now, so we've now got iGaze games, so that's pay for free across the globe. So you could be playing Gazy Golf in Dundee against somebody in Dusseldorf or wherever in the world, and that for us is a real tenement. We would never ever charge. It's never what we want to do. It's what your support makes possible. Be it Kilt Walks, I know Hyperlumen we've done, so I know Storm Cloud are here and Tag and so I forget somebody, so please forgive me. So many of you have done stuff for us. Once Day and more, we just can never thank you enough. And there's more developments with iGaze Golf and many other games. We've got 12 games so far. I want to keep adding more as funding allows. We've also got our dev kit, our virtual dev kit. So what the dev kit is distilling 15 years of work into examples. I was saying to one of the people we met today, we're not campaigners, we're catalysts. It's not what you should do, it's what you could do by showing by example. So that's the best way for us. It's being localized into many different languages soon as well, so it's exciting development. And on top of that, we've also got a game access website, which is full of videos and how-to videos, just as an education piece for people. Just hope it inspires people. And there's been some amazing things done. There's been huge leaps in the last few years, and we're just so grateful to be part. We really do feel part of the industry. I can never thank you enough. That's being localized as well. There's all sorts of platforms and areas covered on there. And if you have got a chance or you want to have a look at it, please do. And also, we're back on the road now. So in terms of full PPE and seeing people in hospitals, there's an amazing person that's helping. I think it's in Yorkshire, who's got, he can play just with his neck and his eye control and that combination. And it's thanks to you. But closer to home, I just wanted to share 3 quick stories of people that we've helped north of the border. So Brian there, you can see top left. So he works in the industry. He's a researcher for Sports Interactive, and you probably see that just about in terms of he's got muscular dystrophy, and you can see the complexity of his setup there. And it's a lifelong service for us. You know, when people's conditions change, then we'll be always there to support them. The top right is Lily, I think is based in the Highland part of Scotland, wanted to play on the Switch with her friends, made that happen. And bottom left is a lovely guy called Finley. I was speaking to somebody at Hyperluminal today who actually knows Finley. I did a fundraiser for him years ago. So Finley's based up in Aberdeen. Amazing young lad. And every year he plays FIFA. He can play with his brother and with his friends. And that's what it's all about. And we could never thank you enough for your part in that. Also, just want to finish with Wilson. So you can see this is an Instagram post from his mother. This is inclusion at the end of it. And for me, that kind of says everything. It's what you people make possible. It's not our charity, but it's your charity as well. And just like it's exciting 15 years, keep working to make the world a better place like you do. Preachers of the church, games are good, yeah. I mean, as a dad of somebody at SpecialEffect that have helped as well, it's kind of, my daughter, she luckily, with her conditions improved with physio, medication, but we can't go on bike rides, but she can kick my backside at any game going. The way it should be, and it's many magic moments that the charity see and what you make possible. And I hope that if you ever want any information about what we do or just share things on social media, done many talks actually where people have got relations that we can help. So what happens there is we don't charge. They just go to the website. Dr. Mick, the founder of the charity, and my daughter's godfather, I remember saying to me 15 years ago in a pub when he had the idea for this mad idea, he said, people don't stop being disabled at 5 o'clock. So we're not going to stop ever. We just want to keep on having people. I'm so grateful to every single one of you for the part that you played in the SpecialEffect story. I also want to say a big thanks to Colin in particular. I mean, this event is brilliant. And the togetherness of what the games industry does is just amazing. Yeah, thank you. If anyone wants to catch me later or anything, please do. But thank you for every single thing that you've done. You're our friends, it's your charity and our charity, and just like gaming for good, games are the best thing in the world, in my opinion. I might be biased, but I think you're all with me. So thank you ever so much.
Wow. I mean, sometimes you think about what you do in the games industry and go, other people are teachers or doctors or nurses or whatever, and you think we just make games, but actually we do still make a big difference to people's lives. But people like SpecialEffect facilitate that impacting far more people and people that benefit more than most as well. So it's great to be able to support charities like SpecialEffect. This is another call out to the raffle. So we'll do the raffle draw in an hour or two. I've not quite worked out the timing. We'll do it at the end of the night. If you've missed the call earlier, basically for every £5 donated, you get one raffle ticket. You can either buy a raffle ticket at the door from Sean, Ruben and Olivia that help check everyone in, or you can go online. If you go to raffle.gamestalks.live, that'll take you to the Just Giving page where you can donate. That's raffle.gamestalks.live. And if you leave your name, we know who to assign the raffle ticket to. I just had a look just now. We were at £2,590 donated online, and that's partly thanks to a £500 match donation from Tag Games, the local studio, and we've taken almost £400 at the door. So we're basically at £3,000 raised because of this event. But I'm greedy, so it'd be great if we can get that a little bit higher. So just to remind everyone, I'll just rattle through the prizes. I won't thank all the donors, but their logos are up on screen as we go through. So we've got keys to Power Wash Simulator. We have got custom Xbox controllers. We have plushies for Baby in Yellow. That'll be explained soon. We've got collector's edition of A Short Hike on Switch. Collector's edition of Superliminal on Switch, the board game, card game Boss Monster, books of Ghost Ray and the Art of Point and Click Adventures, books of Final Fantasy VII art and Bitmap Brothers, Steam keys from Modern Wolf, the publisher, a collection of games on Xbox One. There's 3 different packs of games, all Xbox. Collector's edition of Temtem. We've got a £100 Steam voucher, courtesy of Excelbyte, £100 courtesy of Pocket Sized Hands, and £100 courtesy of 10-cent Games. So that's 3 different prizes there. We've also got a bottle of booze, not for online. We have something that I know is in high demand. We have the collector's edition of Resident Evil 2 with all the figurines and dioramas and stuff. We also have it for Resident Evil Village. We also have a signed copy of Total War 2 Warhammer. There's also a limited edition Cyberpunk collector's edition with the figures and everything like that. I'm hoping to win that. So if nobody wins that, I get to take that home, yeah? And then our star prize is a 4-night stay in an eco farmhouse. I mean, better prizes than we've had at previous events, I'm sure you'll agree. So if you haven't already, or you want to increase your chances, raffle.gamestalks.live. We will take a break now. We'll be back in 25 minutes. Please buy more tickets if you fancy it. See you soon. And if anyone's still hungry, there's food left. Help yourself. Okay. If someone can just pull the door shut on your way in or out, that'd be great. And we will crack on with our next set of brilliant talks. So no further ado, let's introduce Owen Mulvaney. Owen.
Hello, I'm Owen. I work for Hyperluminal, and today I just want to give you a quick talk on soft skills in game development. And don't worry if you haven't heard that term before. It's one of those things that I actually didn't hear myself until about a year and a half into the games industry. and it's something I feel doesn't get talked about enough. That's why I kind of want to do this. So I want to start with what hard skills are, which is soft skills sort of counterpart, they're opposites. And that really defines the technical knowledge in a field that you kind of do. It's often what they define kind of game roles by. You kind of might be good at programming, using engines and game tools, kind of 3D art, testing games, all that kind of stuff are hard skills. That's the thing that you often are employed to do technically, and the thing you define your games role by. Soft skills, on the other hand, are a lot more nebulous, and they can be quite hard to actually put into words, and very hard to quantify, which is what I'm trying to do, which is difficult. But so the big three, and this is just three examples, but they're usually examples that if you read any article about it, they'll bring up, is like communication, leadership, and teamwork. And those are really important, obviously. Those are some of the biggest things you'll do most of your time when you're working in a job and you're talking to people all day. But they're not the only ones. And I think when you think about soft skills, there are a whole wide variety of things. But as you can see, what it actually means is it's sort of a lot more of the interpersonal stuff you do, what you actually kind of do when you think about your own process, your own personal process when you interact with people, and your actual behavior around people as well. So those are kind of soft skills. And as you can tell, they're quite loose. That's a very loose definition. So it got me thinking a while ago, what exactly else is a soft skill other than the sort of ones you see in corporate articles? And so I started thinking about things that might be soft skills, might not be. So I got to kind of three more things that were much more like closer to kind of hard skills, and it's hard to define. So you can go a bit deeper on what a soft skill is. Things like problem solving, is that a soft skill? To a programmer and someone who works in QA, maybe not. It's sort of part of their job description. But also they have to do problem solving in other ways. So to me, I think it is a soft skill. Things like writing concise and impactful documentation. Anyone that's ever tried to do that, it's incredibly hard to do, and definitely something I would consider a soft skill. It's something that we find you're thinking about your teammates, you're thinking about things you can do to improve their jobs and make it a bit easier, and then you're kind of putting yourself in other people's shoes, and that's really important to do. Something like public speaking, not just what I'm doing right now, but kind of getting up in front of the team, kind of suggesting an idea, being able to give advice or give kind of other criticisms and answers, and being able to kind of like question things, that's something that's really important, and I would definitely argue is a soft skill. You can go even deeper than that, though, I think. Things we don't even consider skills at all, and things we really should start considering as skills. So things like giving and receiving critiques, that's something that I find very difficult, and something that I think probably a lot of people do on both ends of that. But it is a skill. It's something we can get better at, and it's something we should try and think about more, and how do we do that better? Things like connecting with people, that's something like networking, what we're doing right now, working with people and kind of in a personal level, understanding them, knowing how they kind of approach problems, that's a soft skill. Like, a lot of the stuff is things that we don't think about as skills, but entirely are. And we've got things like utilizing meetings. Anyone that's ever been in a meeting has probably experienced a terrible meeting where you've gone away from the meeting really grumpy, you've never resolved anything that you came to do, and people just haven't done what they need to do, which is terrible. But I hope some of us have all been in meetings where they've gone fantastically, where you've done everything you need to do, you've solved the problems you came here to solve, and you're walking away with action points to kind of do after the meeting, and that's really good. And meetings are a skill. Like, being able to do that well, it's incredible. And when you're able to do that, or you know people that do that, it's a really effective team. So what am I trying to say here? I think something I realized was almost everything is a soft skill when you really break it down. A lot of the stuff that we aren't doing kind of, we're immediately head down working, can kind of be called a soft skill. And that's an interesting premise, because a lot of the stuff you think about as innate, your personality, the things that people come in as doing those things just generally. But if we start to think about these things as skills, we generally get to the point where we can improve them. And that's really cool. I think it's really interesting to think about things that, I don't feel confident speaking. I don't feel like I'm able to kind of give good criticism. A lot of that is very valid, but it's the kind of thing you can think about improving, and then the kind of thing you can think about kind of growing in yourself. So when you start to think about like that, you can start to think about things outside of the direct job role. And so just briefly, all CEOs and managers and things, just close your eyes and ears, don't worry about it. Employee organizing and salary negotiation, I would argue, is also a soft skill, and a very important one, but everyone can open their eyes now. It's fine. We're talking about making the company more money. Don't worry. So soft skills overall, I think, are the glue. They're the glue in between all the hard skills. When we sit down to make a game as a team, the thing we're doing the most is soft skills. So we're kind of head down working a lot of the time. But when we're talking to each other, when we're in meetings, when we're like doing documents, when we're doing all that stuff, that's when we're practicing soft skills, and that's when we're doing game development. So all that stuff about soft skills, I think, super important. But the point I'd like to kind of make today is that soft skills, a lot of the time they're considered to be the same, like equal to hard skills. They're kind of things that, everyone goes in thinking we need both of them. You don't want to hire someone with one or the other. You want a good balance. You want a good balance of soft skills. But I'd like to argue that soft skills are more important than hard skills. That might seem like a strange claim to make. And I think why I want to make that claim is that a lot of people don't talk about soft skills. A lot of people might not know what they are. But a lot of the time, it's what we're doing most of the time, especially in many roles. So much of your day-to-day life in game development is soft skills. And for me personally, as I've worked over the years, I'm also 4.5 years-ish into the game development industry, and started out relatively the same. I kind of went into like my first job thinking they'd be similarly ranked in terms of things. I didn't really know the term, but kind of conceptually, I kind of thought they'd be similarly ranked in what I needed. But over time, I realized that the further I went on, the more important soft skills ended up being. The more times it came up, the more times I realized something I was doing was a soft skill, and the more times I realized I wasn't good enough at something I was trying to do, and other people were way better at me at something I was trying to do in sort of the realm of soft skills. And so over time, in interviews, in work, in everything I was doing, I realized that yes, my hard skills are really, really important. There was something I wanted to get better at, something I continue to get better at, but I really pushed and tried to get my soft skills better. And I think that really benefited me. I think that's something that I managed to do, I hope, to some degree of success. And it's something I continue to try and do day to day. And anytime I'm always trying to look out for things that I'm not doing well enough in the sort of realm of soft skills. So a good example I like to illustrate that with is that when you're hiring somebody, a lot of the time, and I've been in a few interviews and I've been on both sides of interviews. A lot of the time, I think about this a lot. You can have someone that's a bit of a kind of cowboy, sort of a coder who's phenomenal, amazing, one of the best programmers you ever met, for instance. But they're not a great communicator. They don't work well as a team. They can write shoddy documentation. We've probably all met someone a bit like this. And those people are sometimes really valuable, but a lot of the time, if they're coming into an interview against somebody who's sort of not as good a programmer as them, but maybe someone that's got really strong soft skills, or maybe sort of a similar kind of level to them, but a much better communicator, a much better team player, 99.9 times out of 100, that person who's the better team player, the stronger soft skills, but the weaker hard skills, is going to get the job. Because in game development, a lot of the time, you can be as good as you want at a skill, and a hard skill, but if you can't work with other people, if you can't communicate, if you can't be someone that's nice to be around, you're not going to be able to work in game development. You're not going to be able to make a game together. So I think that brings me to the sort of two main things I want to have as a big takeaway from this. If people kind of come away from this with a bit of knowledge and a bit of thought to think about, is that soft skills are game development when you really boil it down. Everything we're doing day to day, everything we're trying to do is make a game. Like ultimately, that's the goal of a team trying to build a game together. And if you have all your team members kind of working away on their individual hard skills, tasks, making art, testing the game, writing code, all that stuff is fantastic. But if you can't meld it together into a game, you're not going to end up with anything. And it's the soft skill side of game development that gets you to that point. It's the soft skill sort of section of everybody that brings people together, lets you plan things, run meetings effectively, write useful documentation, all that stuff. And we might even think about some of the stuff we're doing as skills, but it's so, so important. So the number one thing I want people to take away is that these things are skills. These are genuine skills we can think about more, get better at, and learn. And the second thing I want people to take away is that we're all kind of trying really, really hard to focus on game development as a big picture thing, but it's really about people. People make games, as a lot of people sort of, it's a good company and a good journalism outfit, but it's also a solid phrase. Companies together build stuff together, but the people inside of them are the ones that build things. They're the ones with the soft skills and the hard skills, and those people are the ones driving the thing forward. And through that communication, the teamwork, and all those kind of lower level things, that's how games get made. So I think I've been Owen, and thanks for listening. Please feel free to talk to me outside. Thanks.
We need more of these local speakers, I think. They're quite good, aren't they? Great. We've got another quite good speaker for you now. She's come up from London. She wasn't planning on coming around these until about 2 weeks ago, but thankfully she's obliged. She's an award-winning UI designer. She's on the BAFTA committee, and she started a little/not-so-little mentorship scheme called Limit Break. Here to tell us more, Anissa Sanusi.
Okay, I'm taking this off the thing because I want to walk around because it's easier this way. And also it makes me feel like I'm a stand-up comic doing the Edinburgh Fringe. So there's Dundee Fringe. Okay, hello. So unlike everybody, I don't have slides because like Colin said, he contacted me 2 weeks ago on LinkedIn of all fucking things. I never check that shit. And I replied like a week later and just so happens I was in Scotland anyway. So I only have literally 10 minutes. I'm gonna rush through this a little bit as somebody who don't have a slide, but you can see my really cool website, which is not playing the, oh, it is kind of playing the video. Never mind, doesn't matter. Hi, my name's Anissa Sanusi. You might know me as the person that is on Twitter and tweets a lot, which is true. I'm sorry. I am known for my UI UX work, right? So that's kind of like how I built up a bit of my own profile. So what we're going to talk about today is kind of a little bit of my history and what led me through into Limit Break and what happens after. So 2013, that is the year that I got into video games. That was the first year that I got my first job, and straight off the bat, I had a fucking cunt in my team that made my life miserable. I was young, that was my first job, I didn't know what I was doing, I didn't know what was okay, what was not, but what did actually happen was he was somebody who was supposed to be my manager, and he made my life hell. And it was one of those things where like I would come into work and then within the first 20 minutes, he would say something, do something, whatever, and I'm already in the bathroom, locking myself in a cubicle and crying. And then coming back, all eyes puffy and just like ignoring other people and just like, oh, no, I'm here to do my job. And unfortunately, that is such a common thing that I did not know was a common thing at the time. I was 23 years old, I was young. I had another manager who was more directly above me, and he did not help this situation. Like it was all on me to appease this other manager person. And it wasn't until like I want to say a few weeks later that eventually this awful person got kicked off the team. And I didn't know, obviously I was young, I didn't know what happened there. But like we had a company party and then one of the other manager person, she came to me and she was like, hey, Anissa, how are you doing? You know? And I was like, oh, I'm all right, cool. And she's like, and then she sat me down and then she told me she was the reason why this awful manager was not on the team anymore. And I was like, really? Because, you know, it's because it was one of those late nights where she was doing a late night and I was there and I was just looking awful. And she noticed. That's number one. She noticed. Number two, she asked. And I didn't feel comfortable enough to tell anyone else about my situation, right? I told her. And the thing is, she actually went to the other managers. She went to the CEO, the COO, like she actually fought for me. And I didn't know why until she told me, Anissa, do you know why you're having such time? I was like, I don't know, like why? And she's like, because you're a woman. I'm like, what? So that was the first time I realized, oh shit, sexism is a thing. I was in denial because I was very much like, you know, like I knew it was a thing, obviously, but I didn't know what form it looked like until it actually happened to me. And it took like another woman to like clock that and actually speak up for me. So from then on, that's when I realized, you know what, like if I was ever in a position of power, I'm going to do that as well. I'm going to look after the other people around me. So fast forward to my next few jobs. I am not in a position of power. I'm still just a fucking artist. It's fine. But I was also, again, background on me. I'm not from the UK. I'm Malaysian, so I'm a foreigner. So I have shit that I need to deal with, usually visas. And that puts a lot of pressure on someone like me, okay? Because like any tiny misstep that I do could mean I lose my job. If I lose my job, that means I am deported. If I'm deported, like it's not the worst thing. I'll go back to my family and all that. But if you're from a country where the industry is not as strong as the UK is, that's it. Your dream is gone, you know? Like it costs my family so much money to send me here for me to like, you know, get a degree, get a job, build a life and all that jazz. It feels like wasted effort, right? If I get sent home. So at the back of my mind, that's kind of like the main motivation why I do a lot of things. And all of those things was that I specialized in my job. So my first job was a 2D artist. And then I realized I was very good at graphic design. And what that meant was I was good at UI, right? So with UI, there's an overlap with UX. So the next job, that's when I learned on the job what UX was. So I started doing talks. I started doing, I went to websites, I talked to people outside of video games, I talked to other UX designers and be like, oh, what is UX and how do you apply that to your work? And unsurprisingly, like a lot of software development and video games, they have a lot of like overlap. So I kind of went I went to a lot of like really local meetups and talked to other UX designers and learned from them. And then kind of applied it to my video games stuff, right? And my very first talk was it was a local meetup with like 30 people. It was small, it was tiny. And everyone was talking about like, oh, I did this AI system, whatever, for Google Maps, or like I did this thing for Microsoft, blah, 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 blah. And then there's me. I was like, I did a thing for Roller Coaster Tycoon. Look at it, how cool it is. But that I caught the bug of doing public speaking, and it was a way for me to put my name out there. Again, think about this, like foreigner, visa, I need to make sure that I'm like, I have value for people to want to hire me, because hiring somebody with a visa costs a lot more money. And as you know, we live in a capitalist system, so everything is all about money. Like, it's fucking annoying, but that's how it is. So this is the game that I presented, and so this is the game that I'm going to play, okay? So eventually, though, we cut to 2014, and then we had BAFTA Crew. Anybody remember BAFTA Crew? We are, so BAFTA Crew, they've stopped that now, and now they're doing BAFTA Connect. So BAFTA Crew is essentially like, BAFTA does this thing where they have like events and they have like whatever speakers come over and they have a lot of social things. I was very young. I didn't even know what BAFTA was. That's how foreign I was. Didn't know what BAFTA was, but I kind of saw it on Twitter one day and I just applied because like, fuck it, whatever, it didn't cost me much. Got in, suddenly got access to a lot of these events. And mind you, I did not live in London and didn't make any money either. But BAFTA Crew did kind of offered some like travel bursaries, like 30 quid or something. So every opportunity that I could get, I would come into London, go into all these networking events and speak to people. So the thing of networking events is that it's less about kind of sucking up to people, but it's more about making friends, right? That's how I view it, because I was in Cambridge, I was a little bit isolated, people that didn't really speak to other people. When I say people, I mean game developers. And I just wanted to speak to more people. I wanted to meet people who are enthusiastic about their craft, about what they're doing, like other people who are passionate about what they're doing, right? Because just want to make more friends. And kid you not, the people that I know now who are in extremely high positions, they're all people that I met during BAFTA Crew and when we were young. I'm going to speed this up a little bit. I realize I don't want to go over time, but that's when I started doing a lot of talks, right? And then at some point, I started going to conferences, and then they invited me to panels, and then I did all those things. And I think I peaked at GDC. So I was very young, but then I had a very good UI UX topic. I did GDC, and it really helped boosted my profile. I didn't like the talk. I don't think it was very good. They put it on fucking YouTube. It's very embarrassing. People still find me on it, and I'm just like, looking back, it wasn't great. But at the time, it helped, because again, visa. I need to stay in the country. But once I did get my residency, so residency means that I can live in the country for however long I want, and I don't need to be attached to a company, so I can just work wherever, right? Once I got that, I still felt a little bit lost, and that's when I realized like there's a lot of things that I felt really isolated on, Me as an artist, me as a UI person, mind you, I've never had a UI senior lead, whoever, to learn from. I learned everything on the job, and that's not like, it's great, but also I didn't have the validation of like, am I doing this right? I have no fucking idea how AAA studios work. I didn't know how indies work. This is how I work, and it kind of worked out. But I didn't have that person telling me this is how you do documentation, this is how you do this and this and this. Everything was self-taught. And after a while, I just felt really lonely and lost and stuff. And that's kind of where we get into mentorship, right? Someone told there was a mentorship program in Australia, and they started it, and I saw online, and I contacted the person there, and I DM'd her and said like, oh God, I really wish this mentorship program existed here in England. And she's just like, start one. I'm like, bitch, are you fucking kidding me? No, but she was serious. So what happened was that we were in DMing on Instagram of all places, and then she's like, no, give me your email. I'll send you all of my documentation of how I started my mentorship program. I was like, okay, cool. So we had like one really quick call, and that's basically the backbone of Limit Break. Like I had like a Google document was literally just one page of what I thought it could look like. And deep down, that is actually on a very selfish thing. I wanted to find a mentor for myself. That's why I started it. So I kind of shopped this Google document around to other women, like senior women that I could speak to, because, you know, there's a lot of like these networking events, you know, like kind of stuff like this. And I'll kind of like sheepishly show them, it's like, what do you think of this? You know, like, I don't know, like if I could do this, like, what do you think it's worth for me pursuing this? And every single woman I spoke to was like, they read it, right? And go like, shit, kind of wish I had this when I was younger. And I was like, that's it. That's the reason I started Limit Break. Because all these other women, they were very successful in my eyes, and even they thought they saw the value in it. So the thing is, the thing that we had in common was that we went through some shit and it wasn't great, but we were kind of alone. And we wish that we could tell other people how to go through these certain things, right? And so because of that, I had a lot of people kind of opting in, kind of like, hey, I really like this idea. I want to give back to the community. So a lot of like people who are in senior positions, they want to give back to the community. That's the thing I realized. Everybody wants to give back, but they don't know how. Like, how are you going to do that, right? So they just need a platform to put in their energy into that. So I kind of created a platform, and for the first year, I just thought like maybe like 20, 25 people would join. We ended up with 100 people. So that 100 people was still like scoped down because it was just me. I had a full-time job doing this on the side. So that 100 people was only underrepresented genders and only in London. That was 4 years ago. So we've been running for 4 years now. And this year, we have 1,100 people in our cohort, and it's open to the entirety of the UK. And I'm very proud of that. We've opened it up to not just underrepresented. We've included LGBTQ, people of color, basically underrepresented people. And I'm happy to say like next year, we're going to include disabled people as well as neurodivergent people, you know? So we're growing every year when we're learning every year on how to be more inclusive and how to support. So yeah, like I'm just gonna round this off with like really quick anecdotes of like some of the effects that we've had. I've had this one anecdote I'm going to say specifically for this venue because I think a lot of you are quite young because Dundee has a really good games program. One of our mentees was a student she was a programmer, and she was her cohort at school was 99% men. And there was something that the lecturer did, which I'm not going to give you too much details, right? But she felt really uncomfortable, and the rest of her classmates would say like, no, you're overthinking it. You know, like it's fine. Like he does that to everybody. She comes to me, like she goes to her mentor, by the way. And the mentor was like, ooh, I don't know how to handle this. I'm going to ask Anisa about this. So she comes to me, and we ended up going to a coffee shop, me, her, and her mentor. And the moment she told me what happened, I was like, what the fuck? That's really shit. Holy fucking shit. And she was so surprised at my reaction of how awful that was. And I'm just thinking like, were you gaslit by your classmates? Like, what the hell? So anyway, basically it was sexual harassment, but a lot of the other classmates didn't think that it was. And she needed somebody else to just confirm to her that was it. Bless her. She was a very talented programmer according to her mentor. And it was one of those things where like, if we lose her now, that is literally it. Like the pipeline of getting more women, more diverse candidates into the industry starts from university. If she drops out now because of that, that's our loss. And again, like the industry is a passion industry. And it fucking kills me to see young people whose passion is killed off exactly when they're just about to start. So the end of that story is actually really quickly, I offered to give her help. I was like, if I need to be with you, to be in certain rooms, to talk to certain people, I can back you up. Like, I'm more than happy to take some time off from my job to like help you. In the end though, like she's just like she's physically tiny, she's very timid, and she was shaking trying to talk to me, right? which is why I offered to help her. But eventually, she kind of built up the courage to speak up on her own, and eventually she did. And dude is no longer with the university. He actually resigned before any investigation could go on. So annoyingly, he might be still around teaching somewhere, and that pisses me off. But the girl got the encouragement that she needed. You know, she got the courage to speak up, and she's currently working as a graphics programmer, I think. And she's one of the most talented programmers that I know. So I'm just like, that one story kind of pushed me to continue this every fucking year, because that's only one story out of many, many other stories I can't tell you right now. But that kind of shit is the reason why Limit Break keeps going. Like, it sucks the life force out of me trying to plan this and work this like every year. But seeing how people can flourish because they had this structure, they had people believing in them and giving them help, stuff that I didn't have when I started. And that makes everything worth it. So Limit Break, we are closing this year, but we open every year in April. And I want to say, like, if Limit Break is not something that you can be a part of, because we're quite, you know, because we do have our criteria. If it's something that you think is really important that you wish you had, you should start one as well. I'm not going to gatekeep this shit. Like, if you talk to me about, like, hey, how do I start my own program in your school, in your studio, in your area, whatever it is, this shit scales. It can be really small or really big. I'm more than happy to give you my time, because we cannot absorb everybody, but I'm more than happy to share you how we did it, because fuck me if any more people get pushed out from the industry because of shit peers, shit seniors, shit bosses, whatever. Like, not on my watch, you know? So thank you.
What an amazing lady, doing great work. Please keep it up, Anissa. And yeah, anyone else that wants to do anything like that, just do it. It does make a difference. Okay, our last talk of this session. I tried to introduce this guy last night and I got into trouble for stealing his thunder. So I'm just going to say, this is Greg Lee from Team Terrible.
Hello. So yeah, my name's Greg, and I own a newly formed, very small studio in Dundee called Team Terrible, which will be on there in a second. I formed the studio over a year ago with another developer, Aaron. We formed it because we make a lot of game jams. I've been here before, about 3 or 4 years ago. Some of you might have seen me. And I ranted for 10 minutes about why you should do game jams. And now I'm back with evidence. So I can see it, it's fine. So yeah, the studio's called Team Terrible, and one of the reasons that we sort of came up with that name was we were constantly fucking up when we were doing game jams, and we sort of realized that you kind of need to embrace that, and you know, you learn from making mistakes, from, you know, these dumb little projects. It's okay to fuck up. Sometimes it's okay to be terrible, and I think that's really important. But I'm kind of here to talk about what our year's been, because it's been really weird. And no one seems to really know who we are. And hopefully we're going to be around for a little while. But I'm here to talk about this. You might have seen the plushie. So this was a game we made in 2020 for the Game Maker's Toolkit Game Jam. The theme we had was who is in control. So we initially planned to do this sort of like Jack from The Incredibles kind of thing, where, you know, you're a babysitter and you have to look after this unruly magic baby. And there was a guy who's actually here tonight, so thanks Ross, came up with this idea that there's this book called The King in Yellow, which is like over 100 years old, and this is Lovecraftian story. So we thought, fuck it, that'll do cool. Let's do the baby in yellow. So it's a Lovecraftian babysitting game, which by itself is a fairly unique genre, but we accidentally stumbled across a few things. Luck's a big part of what my talk is, but one of the things we stumbled across is, like, normally in horror games, you have the scary, spooky monster that's chasing you, and you have the thing you're looking after, and we've merged both those concepts. So the thing you're looking after is also the thing that's trying to kill you. And we included a lot of sort of like humor and stuff in the game, because we wanted to have this weird juxtaposition between like horror and funny. But rather than me talk about it too much, I'm just going to show you like a short clip from the game, and hopefully you like it. So yeah, there's the little fucker. So as I said, it's a babysitting game. So what do you do with the babies? You got to like change them. You got to feed them. In our game, you can do in our game you can do more with that. We wanted to add some more interactions, so there's some cheese. There you go. So yeah, you change the baby. A lot of content creators tried to put the baby in the oven, so you can put the baby in the oven. And there he goes. And yeah, we learned a lot that, like, you know, quite quickly a lot of people online started picking up this game. So you'll see here as well is like there's also just weird stuff starts happening. So as the game builds and builds and builds, it just gets weirder and weirder. But any people that have done game jams, you'll know that like there's not a huge amount of people play them. You know, you get 50 downloads and you're like, whoa, we're a big shot. And we got maybe like 100 downloads in this, and we were very, very happy. And we discovered that we actually fucked up our submission for this and didn't submit in time. Team terrible. And what happened was all the games that were submitted in time went to this little private pool where only people who'd submitted the games could like vote and see and download. We didn't, because we fucked it up, so we just threw it up on itch. Never really thought about it. We came back and there was just all these people playing it. Couldn't work out why. And it was content creators. They just started like downloading the game and uploading it. And that was really nice. And you were like, oh, cool. Yeah, we got a little popular game. And then something really weird happened as well, which is a friend of ours was like, have you seen the Android store? And I was like, no, why? What's in the Android store? And this is what was in the Android store. Spooky yellow scarer horror baby Among Us Fortnite 2 was the sort of kind of titles that were up there. And these games were getting thousands of downloads and they were filled with adverts. So we were like, well, fuck it. You know, I'm sure we could port this. And porting terrible game jam code to a low-end device was a challenge. We were working full-time at this point as well, so this is something we did over weekends. But we got it up there, stuck some adverts on it, started earning a little bit of money. And we're like, cool, yeah, we could quit our jobs. We could do something cool with this. So we started like making a plan for Christmas where we're going to make this thing. We're going to work on this stuff. Cool, right, let's work out the time scale. When do we need to quit our jobs? We need to quit our jobs 3 weeks ago. I was like, so we handed our notice that Monday. And then we started working towards this Christmas update. So yeah, this is an example of like, you know, some of the people that were downloading our game and playing our game. And it was mental, you know, it's just this dumb babysitting game. But one of the things we learned, and this is actually like something I think that applies to a lot of design, is people don't always know what they want. So a lot of these people were like, oh, we want more stuff. We want to change the baby again or put him to bed again. It's just more of the same stuff. You don't really want that. But what they were doing is people would try and escape. People would try and run away from the baby. So we were like, well, why not just do that? No one was asking for that, but they were clearly trying to do it. So we did that. We started working on this update where it's called the White Rabbit. And this is what we released that Christmas. And the baby gets really mad when you try and leave. It kind of makes sense. So yeah, we worked a lot of overtime. Like I said, we were 6 weeks behind where we needed to be. Everyone who's here is obviously not experienced or aware of overtime. There's a special kind of horrible overtime when you've just quit your job, your very stable job, and you may have made a huge mistake. You work very, very hard. But yeah, we did a lot of overtime. And by January, we had 10 million downloads, which is absurd. I wasted 4 years of my life on Crackdown 3. I do not think Crackdown 3 had 10 million downloads. But then there was like this scary thing, which is like, what the fuck do we do now? So look at that handsome young man. So yeah, a bunch of guys that we worked with before really liked dumb, weird indie games and came to us, and suddenly we have this team of now 7, and some of them are very experienced developers. One of them's my old art director, you know, works for me and is incredibly good, way better than me, and he now makes dumb baby games. So yeah, there's a lot of other stuff we could be working on as well. You know, we're talking about maybe we'll bring this to console. Are we going to do a sequel? We really don't know, but it's really exciting. And we're planning to sort of do what we've done before. We're going to see what people want, and we're going to use our experience in game jams, and we're going to basically build it from there. So, I mean, that's just my last slide. I'm just going to talk here for a bit, but I want to bring it back to that first point of like game jams. Do game jams. We got really lucky. You'd be a narcissist to think that, you know, we made this happen completely by ourselves. We got really lucky, and but that always happens in game development. A really talented guy I worked with at one point told me something that I genuinely believe, and it's 51% luck. Doesn't matter how hard you work, it's 51% luck. So I can't tell you how to replicate this. One thing I can tell you is if you don't do anything, it's definitely not going to happen. Do game jams, work on stuff. Like we all work from a creative industry. If you're passionate about what you do it. Do it in your free time. Do it because you love it. You're never ever going to get anywhere without doing that stuff. And like I said, you know, we got monstrously lucky, but we got monstrously lucky because between us, we've done like 60 game jams because one of them got lucky, but if we hadn't done 60 game jams, we never would have been here. And that's pretty much it. I just wanted to let you guys know that we exist and we make that. If anyone wants to come to talk to us, Aaron's here as well, the other guy that founded the company with me. Like, we'd love to talk about it. We love talking about game dev. If you want to come and tell me how terrible my game is, it's also free. You can download it. And that's pretty much it. Like, thank you guys so much for listening to me. And Colin, thank you very much for having me here to talk. Cheers, guys.
In 20 odd minutes or something. We will do the raffle then. So for the next 5 minutes, if you want to buy any last tickets, do it. See the folk at the front desk or go on to raffle.gamestalks.live. Get your last tickets in. We'll close that just in 5 minutes or so. So literally do it right as the break comes in. We'll come back after 20 minutes. We'll do the raffle, award the prizes, and then we have our keynote speaker. See you in 20 minutes. arrived. I've not checked the final figures, but we're definitely over $3,000. And Nick from Spitlock, it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. Even more amazing, with the live streams we've done over the last couple of years as OneSpecialNight, over the last 3 years, we've now raised £20,000 for SpecialEffect. Think of the difference that makes to so many people. It's so amazing. So thank you so much for all the donations tonight. I hope everyone wins. However, I've just plugged all the names in. We have 586 individual tickets, I think. So I'm afraid we've got a lot of prizes, but not 586. However, good luck to everyone. Yeah, well, we'll get on with the raffle. Yeah? Right. I might need to warm up a little bit on this. However, we'll see how we go. Right. So for the first copy of Power Wash Simulator, drum roll. Jonah Henderson. We'll remove one once it's won it. You might have other tickets as well. So we had 3 copies of Power Wash Simulator. Is that the square folk? Yes. So we'll do another 2 draws for Power Wash Simulator. Go, Hesketh. Well done. Well done. And the 3rd copy. $596. So this has been bought here. It's number 596. That's we only went up to 599. So it's one of the last people to buy a ticket. Have we got 596? We must have 596. It was bought like 20 minutes ago. It might have been me. I'm sure it was me. Hold on. Okay, 596. If you're you can't be online, but if you're watching this online later because you've just left, we got 596. Hey. Can I get you to write your name on the back of it or something and just leave it? I need to get a pen. Can someone bring a pen up front, please? And we'll sort this out for Mr. Leishman, because I'll not remember by the end of the night. Okay. Okay, right. We will move on. Jump over to this other slide. Is that going to work? This is going to get messy. If you just leave it on the table, that'd be perfect. Okay, we will do the draw for the, I'm not sure what you call it, the white custom Xbox controller. Courtesy of Idea Azure, the Power Wash simulators, thanks to Square Enix Collective. Yannick Erkman, congratulations. I think that was a recent purchase as well. I saw that name just come up recently. Okay, and then for the black Xbox controller, the Midnight Edition, it looks like it says. Jonah Henderson again. See, maybe she's bought hundreds of tickets, you know. Okay, let's jump. Oh. We have 2 of these, thanks to Team Terrible, I believe is 2, right? So, first one. This is a cursed prize, by the way. Yeah. Congratulations, Yannick. Second baby in yellow. Sarah is our videographer. I'll sort it out later. Congratulations, Sarah. Okay. We then have our Switch copy of A Short Hike, courtesy of Super Rare Games. And Brody. I might know who this is, but I don't know. We've got an Brody in the audience. No, I might know who this is. We'll contact them. Excellent. And then we have the Superliminal from Super Rare Games as well. People's feet are going to get awfully sore. Anshu Jain. Congratulations. Okay, then we have the Boss Monster card game from Tencent Games. Oliver Smith, our speaker, I believe. Congratulations. We'll sort it out. And then we have our first two books from Tencent Games. Go Straight and Art of Point and Click Adventure Games. Katie Wood, congratulations. Our next two books, after Final Fantasy VII and Bitmap Brothers, again thanks to Tencent Games. Katie Mack, congratulations. Modern Wolf Steam Key Bundle worth £138. Alicia Blair, congratulations. We have the first Xbox Games Bundle, courtesy of Idea Azure. Nick Ferguson. So Nick is actually the person at Idea Azure that donated these. He's not. I don't think I can send them back, Tom. Let's draw that again. Thank you, Nick. Daniel Livingston, congratulations. The second set of Xbox games with FIFA and NBA 2K, courtesy of Idea Azure, goes to Kieran O'Connor. Congratulations. And the third bundle of Xbox games from Idea Azure. Gary Whitten, well done, well done. We've got the collector's edition of Temtem from Humble Bundle. Julie Kennedy. Well done. Well done. The first £100 Steam voucher from Excelbyte. Tony Gowan, congratulations. The second £100 Steam voucher, courtesy of Pocket-Sized Hands. Jeremy Mullins, well done. And then the third £100 Steam voucher, courtesy of 10 Cent Games. Alicia Blair again, congratulations. It's a good night. Then we have a bottle of cava. This has to go to someone in the room, so I need this claimed in person. Yeah, is Scott Adamson? Yeah? Have we got Scott? Excellent. Cool. Come up to the front afterwards and get your bottle of cava. Right. We're on to the big boxes now. Here is the Resident Evil 2 Collector's Edition, courtesy of Idea Azure. David Clark, well done, well done. And now the Resident Evil Village, courtesy of Idea Azure. Ross, ROS, we should be able to track you down. Congratulations. Right, the signed edition of Total War 2 Warhammer, courtesy of Creative Assembly. Alex McFarlane, well done. Well done. Can I just take this one? Do I need to draw it? Cyberpunk Collector's Edition, courtesy of Idea Azure. Tex Payson. Congratulations. Four-night stay in an eco farmhouse. Right, who's the lucky winner? Let's see. Andrew Berry. And Andrew is speaking tomorrow night in Glasgow, but might be celebrating a bit too much tonight. So brilliant. That's our raffle. Thank you so much for all the donations. Raised over $3,000, $20,000 in total over the last couple of years. That's going to make an amazing difference. And I'd just like to thank again all the companies that donated prizes. It's made a world of difference, and it's helped us raise these extra thousands tonight. So thank you so much, and thank you to you all for donating. Thank you. The fact that we've had so many prizes has meant we're running a little bit late. However, he's getting his full time. So I'm delighted this man has come up from just outside London. Sorry, if we can just have a bit of hush to respect the speaker, please. And let me dig out my notes because he's one of those people that has had so many achievements, I don't even remember half of them. Well, here we are. Here we are. This man has been named one of Games Industry International's top 10 people of the year and 100 top influencers in the British games industry. One of develops 25 people that changed games, one of MCV's Britlist 100, and he received Develops Publishing Hero Award for his team's role in opening PlayStation up to developers and for commissioning games like No Man's Sky, Hellblade, The Persistence, Velocity 2X, Hotline Miami, Rogue Legacy, and over 100 others. His strategic content initiative helped to establish countless developer and publisher success stories. He's a man that's made a huge difference to the UK games industry. It's a real honor to have him up. Please give the biggest Dundee welcome to Mr. Shahid Ahmed. Shahid.
Can't even see the bloody mic. Ah, here we go. I'm blind as a bat. I'm going to turn the tables on you, see how you like it. I'll take that off now. So, Dundee, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I love Dundee. I hope Gary Penn hasn't run off. Gary, you still there for a bit? I love you, man. Gary is a legend. So, I'll tell you why I love Dundee and why I realize it's kind of like a spiritual home for me. As I was coming out the lift from my hotel, some big burly bloke starts to walk towards me, and I'm obviously a bit introverted crap myself. And he bowls towards me and then moves out the way smartly and says, "Sorry." And then he walks straight to the lift, and I'm like, kind of, making myself small, like big guy. And as he heads to the lift, he turns around and says, "You're welcome." I'm like, okay. I love Dundee because that's the kind of passive-aggressive shit I used to do all the time. So I'm thinking, yeah, this is my town. I like this. Yeah, because that's a very London thing to do, right? Does everyone do that in Dundee? Yeah? I'm moving. So Colin asked me to do something a little bit upbeat. I don't usually do upbeat. That's a lie. I do usually do upbeat. But given that he asked me to do something upbeat, I decided I was going to do something very downbeat. Very, very depressingly downbeat so that I could bring you all up. Because it's a lot easier that way, right? Go down, you build up your speed, and then you can finally get to the top of the skating rink. So that's what we're going to do, okay? Anyone old enough to remember Reasons to Be Cheerful by Ian Dury and the Blockheads? Probably about 3 people. You're all over 50. That's right, so am I. So this is a story of 3 parts. And I'm going to keep them quick because I know some of you got to run. Very quick on my childhood. Any of you read My Code Is Just Thread? Yes? 1 person. The rest of you, go to my Twitter profile, read it, because it'll be on Netflix soon. And I'm not kidding. Netflix or something like that. It's on my Twitter profile, pinned to my homepage. That will give you the entire history. It's being seen millions and millions of times. Mega long though, so better be patient. So my childhood, I was very poor. I grew up in the, trying to remember, it's so long ago, 60s, 70s, and early 80s. Poor as you could possibly imagine. Sick, type 1 diabetic, asthmatic, nearly died many, many times. Obviously, I'm brown, can you tell? which was not great in the 70s or 80s. So racism was rife. I mean, those are the days where you really got your heads kicked in, and it was by the police in conjunction with other racists. So not the greatest of days. And on top of that, my parents, who incidentally are also brown, were divorced when I was young. And it was rare enough in the early 70s, mid 70s, early 70s. You can tell I'm getting the Joe Biden thing, right? It was rare enough for ordinary people. I say ordinary people, people who aren't brown, right? Because there were loads more white people than brown people back then. That kind of thing, divorce just didn't happen. But it happened to us. So we had everything against us. No money, no prospects. School was absolutely awful. I mean, it was just, you survived school. You weren't really educated. So I hope we're getting the picture here. I did not have the greatest childhood. But see this beauty here. For some reason, my mum slapped her credit card on the table at a shop in Tottenham Court Road in London and bought me this obscenely powerful, almost magical box that got me started in video games. There was no industry at the time. People thought it was a bit of a fad. 1982 we're talking about. And I was absolutely obsessed by this thing. I would do 72-hour sessions straight with very little food, no sleep, loads and loads of black coffee. And I loved it. Now, I know some of you being told to actually do that now, right? We don't do that anymore. Yeah, crunch is not cool. But that was different. That was a little bit political. I'll try and stray clear if I can. Yeah, a little bit political. I mean, yeah. So my daughter tells me, because I'm over here, I don't know what's going on. We have a brown PM. Is this true? Well, that's bloody racism sorted then, yeah? Anyway, I wanted this for Star Raiders, but my dad didn't like my obsession. My dad obviously didn't live with us. He thought I should do some other thing, like, maybe be a doctor or win the Nobel Prize or something. No pressure, son. Your life's buggered. But yeah, I want you to win the Nobel Prize. Okay. 1982 was not a different time. 1982 was a different planet. Okay? All right, Polaroid cameras, they weren't ironically cool. They were actually cool. That was how we took pictures, the best of us, the ones who had the most money. Of course, in our house, we didn't have a camera. We did have those little snappy picture cameras you used to take to your chemist to get developed, and used to take a couple of days to get your snaps back. So yeah, the chemist was our Photoshop. Some of you older people get that, forget about the rest of you. Nobody knew anything about computers. If you went into an office in the early 1980s, you didn't have keyboards on the desks. Well, maybe some typewriters, but you didn't actually have computers. They were locked away for a really big company, they were locked away in some enormous room where you had the computer. And then you had some people who operated that computer via terminals in special rooms. Mobile phones, forget it. Never mind smartphones. We didn't have CD players, never mind streaming. We didn't have the web. You lucky so-and-sos. We did not have the web. We had libraries. Of course, they're closing all of those down now. Are they doing that up here as well? Yeah? Sad, isn't it? Brown PM, yeah. Like, that's going to bring the libraries back. Cheers, Mr. 700 million. No GPS. We used paper maps. We didn't even have caller ID. Most of you probably too young to know what caller ID even means. It's like you dial 1471 on the phone, right? And yeah, someone recognized that. You must be 50 easily. Anyway, our phones were not this awful looking, right? They were slightly better than this, but they were still dial-up. And by dial-up, actually means turning your finger to get a number. And yeah, this is probably ironically cool now. You can probably pick them up in hipster shops. Am I allowed to say hipster, or is that not Not allowed any. I don't know. I'm so old, such a boomer. I'm not entirely sure what I'm allowed to safely say. Have me locked away like Ron Atkinson soon, I'm pretty sure. Flat screen TVs weren't a thing. Satellite TVs and cable TV wasn't a thing. Like I said, it's a different planet. We didn't even have nighttime TV. Imagine that, no nighttime TV. Now you can watch TV whenever you want. Don't even have to watch TV. Watch whatever you want, whenever you want, from wherever you want. Now here's the thing, right? My dad thinks what I'm doing is completely frivolous. He speaks to my mum on the phone, obviously, and says, mockingly, all he's doing is making monkeys dance on the screen. Here's a monkey dancing on the screen, in case you hadn't noticed. And it's what I eventually called my newsletter. My newsletter is called Dancing Monkeys. You can see that on my Twitter profile as well if you want to read it. It's got stories from my messed up life, some of which might be useful. But the point is, he said this in Punjabi, and it sounds way, way cooler in Punjabi. I'm not going to say, anyone speak Punjabi here? No? Am I in the wrong place? Is this like, yeah, okay, never mind. I'm sure he had some Punjabi people in Dundee. Weirdest thing, I'm in my hotel, right? Walk past one of the rooms. Some guy singing Qawwalis in there. Absolutely insane. This is definitely my place. So there was no industry, right? No career path, no future. I'm doing what is essentially a fad. But I know this. I know that I love this with a passion. I know that I don't want to do anything else. And I'm never, ever going to give this up. 12 years later. So we're in 1994. Here are a couple of monkeys, except these monkeys are multi-millionaires. Why? Because they sold over 9 million copies of Donkey Kong Country, Rare's breakthrough game for the Super Nintendo Entertainment System. That's over $1/3 of $1 billion in revenue. So now what we're seeing is that it's not just a fad, it's an industry, right? And my dad is beginning to think, maybe I'm not doing the wrong thing after all. I mean, now you need teams to make games. And the other thing that's happening is when something that entertains people becomes an industry, it starts to become part of the culture. And another thing that accelerated the creation of the video game culture in 1994 was a little thing called PlayStation. Don't know if anyone remembers PlayStation. It's a pretty big event. I mean, with the advent of games like Wipeout, video games are suddenly not just culturally significant and cute, but they were relevant. And we know what happens when something becomes part of the culture, right? It starts to get attacked. So this is a point at which media figures and politicians started to pull the metaphorical trigger on video games, and it was not pleasant. And suddenly, we're beginning to think, is what we're doing not just frivolous, but also hurting people? Is Mike still in the room, Mike Daly? So Mike is a living legend, as probably every Dundonian knows or should know. Can we have a hand for both Mike and Gary Penn, please? Fuck's sake, that was longer than the hand you gave me. I'm up here talking. Anyway, guys are legends. There are many more legends in this room as well, by the way. Colin's another absolute legend. Love the man to bits. Give him a bigger hand than me at the end. I'll welcome that. Yeah, now too, yeah. So the reason I'm mentioning people like these is because they went through those times where we started to get attacked, especially, and the reason I mentioned Mike is Grand Theft Auto, right? Politicians, media figures are beginning to say these things are causing people to kill people. And some of us are asking the question, is this true, right? Really, really big deal. So I'm thinking I spent 12 years in this industry. Not only does my dad think what I'm doing is frivolous, maybe he's now thinking what I'm doing is actually killing people. We were asking ourselves this question in the early 90s. Now, to answer this question for you, I'm going to have to do a retrace from today back to the distant past to show you, ultimately, what a load of bollocks that is. So, TikTok, apparently the destroyer of children's attention spans. But no, I don't think so. I don't think. In fact, you can learn just about anything from TikTok. It's insane. Absolutely insane. There's no proof that it's destroying people's attention spans. Shall I tell you what destroys attention spans? It's like you're a kid in a sweetie shop. That's what we all are today. We don't know what to go for. Well, that's obvious. That's choice paralysis. It's not just kids. That's the human brain. Yeah, where we have got so much opportunity cost to consider. It's why people like me have this massive Netflix watch later list and never watch anything on it. Anyone else here know a thing or two about that? Maybe. Yeah. Why do we do that? The reason is because we don't want to miss out on what potentially could be even better. Yeah. Let's say something amazing comes out. You've got to watch it today. Why? Because the whole world's watching. Your friends are watching it. Everyone's saying, you've got to watch this now. What do? Do you watch something on your, oh yeah, but I've been thinking about watching this for the last, no. You don't watch anything on your watch later list. You watch what's hot now. How big is your video games pile of shame? Yeah? That's why. So TikTok is not evil. I mean, I learned to break dance from TikTok. Can you believe a fat old man like me can break dance? No, because I can't. The point is, I didn't do that, but I could if I wanted to, right? I could if I wanted to, because the amount of knowledge that's being shared on these platforms now is scary. Mike, Gary, and I were talking earlier about just how difficult it was back in the day. And we're so jealous of you, so jealous that you've got this information at hand, but at the same time, I'm so happy that you don't have to go through the pain that we had to find the tiniest morsels, because it was all those people in those early days building morsel upon morsel upon morsel, nugget upon nugget of knowledge that helped to get us where we are today. And I'm not, please, don't misunderstand. I'm not saying I made the games industry. What I'm saying is everything has to start somewhere, right? And it starts slowly and painfully. And then it accelerates. And now you're going to create the greatest stuff in the universe. And old sods like me and Gary and Mike are going to marvel at your creation. We're going to love it. We're going to love it because that's all we wanted. So, does TikTok ruin lives? No. TikTok's amazing. I love TikTok. Don't have it on my phone, though, because it's crack, but it's absolutely fantastic. Look at this. Criminal Justice and Public Order Act, 1994. What they banned here was music that's characterized by a succession of repetitive beats. Well, that's music, right? It's 1994. These crazy people actually did this. But shall I tell you what else is a series of repetitive beats? What, are they going to ban the heartbeat? They were going to ban whirling dervishes because they're spinning to a beat. And what does spinning to a beat do? What does dancing to a beat do for a long period of time, especially if you've taken something you perhaps shouldn't legally? It induces a trance state. What is a trance state? It's a higher form of consciousness. Isn't that what you want? No, mustn't do that. No, what you really must do is work. Be a good worker bee and be highly productive and 10x your productivity. Well, I say up yours to 10xing your productivity. And I say play instead, because what is humanity without play? Doom. Yeah. Play. So Doom was big trouble. Why? Because the kids who were responsible for the atrocity that was Columbine were heard, or there were reports about them saying that they liked Doom. And they also went to the toilet, but they're not saying going to the toilet was linked to them causing this atrocity. And they did a million other things that people do. So this is interesting because people were really convinced politicians were really convinced that games like this were causing the downfall of society, particularly Western society. Black Sabbath and other heavy metal bands were characterized as, yeah, let's hear it for Ozzy. Though maybe not so much in the poor state he's looking like in that picture. So heavy metal was characterized as the kind of thing that would cause people to follow satanic impulses, demonic impulses, to worship Satan. Seriously, people worship Satan for a laugh now. I mean, is it causing the collapse of society? Is it causing the collapse of civilization? Don't think so. I played D&D for the first time in my life this year. Why? Because I was able to see old friends again for the first time since COVID. And I realized I'd never played D&D before, and I thought, you know what, let's have a look at this. But you know what's really interesting? Is when D&D came out, there was this drive to label it as a kind of thing that caused suicidal ideation, demon worship. I kid you not. D&D. I mean, I know the light's pretty clear here. Can you see any horns? Now, I've been scrabbling around in the mirror looking for the 666 on my crown. Nothing there so far. That's an Omen reference. You lot are too young for that, obviously. So it goes back further and farther. The Sex Pistols, 1976. God Save the Queen. No disrespect meant, the lyrics for which include the immortal line, "We are the flowers in your dustbin." Now, the point is this. Youth has always rebelled. Always. It's youth's job to rebel. That's what we're supposed to do. You know what? Think about youth. The best quantum physicists of all time, when quantum mechanics started to become a thing, were in the late teens, early 20s. It's not the old sods who invented quantum mechanics. Yeah, they kind of wrote it up and rationalized it, helped guide the youngsters. But it was the youngsters who actually invented it. And mind quantum mechanics, all the other stuff. Kids are always telling us how hypocritical we are. I'm pointing a finger at me, by the way, me being the hypocrite, because you're obviously way too young to be called anything horrible. Yeah, I'm sad. So we are the flowers in your dustbin, meaning you're throwing away your own dreams. You old folks are throwing away your own dreams. What are you doing? It's no future. Another line in God Save the Queen. No future. Can you imagine youth being told or being made to feel like there's no future? Youth is meant to rebel. There's meant to be balance. Yeah, eventually they'll get boring, but some won't, and some will change the world. 1976, death race. Oh, this is going to cause death and destruction all over the world, the collapse of Western society. Seriously? Look at those pixels. I mean, can you make out the difference between the car, the tombstones, and the players? I can't. And I used to draw pixels for a living in 1982. And of course, the king. He caused immense outrage. Why? Because his moves were too risque. Can you imagine him watching Cardi B today? What he'd make of Cardi B? It would be interesting that just to have them on, some talk show. The point I'm trying to make is there have been moral panics throughout history over every single thing. And the great thing is, we now know that we didn't start the fire. It's always burning since the world's been turning. I made that up myself. Do you like it? There's always been moral panics. They've always been led by the same friendly people. And they've all been false, demonstrably false, time and time and time again. It's the reactionary approach to the old against the young, always. The old against the new, always. That tension's always been there, so it's not video games. So rejoice, because this is us. Oh, that's a Shawshank Redemption reference again. Sorry, wrong audience. I should be doing this at my OAP convention. Right. Should we bring this to a close? Pandemic changed absolutely everything. We all know this. Hopefully none of you are younger than 2.5 years old, because I'd definitely be in the wrong place then. So you know this thing called COVID-19 that happened, right? Anyway, so one of the interesting things that happened around this time was we all started using this expression. The expression was, what does the science say? Because we were confused. We didn't know what was going on. We needed our priests, people who maybe knew more than us. And the thing is, science doesn't work like that. We all know this now, right? Science is very confusing and messy and incremental, and it's not about absolutes. Science doesn't give you absolutes, but it was something that we started to do. It was something we could hold on to and respect. And the interesting thing for me is, over the last few years, we have started to ask this question about video games as well. So, okay, we've now established that video games aren't actually bad for you. You know, they're not causing outrageous violence and so on. In fact, no causal connection has ever been found between video game violence, and I'm talking about video game violence, never mind video games in general, and actual real-world violence, despite many repeated attempts to find it. It's just never happened. But we have had to ask. So I'm going to give you just a few examples, and there are thousands. Trust me when I say that there are thousands, because I'm going to talk to you about a company in a bit that's starting to address some of the science. So, for example, this is a 2014 study that showed that smokers, when playing a co-op puzzle game, experienced massively fewer cravings for cigarettes afterwards. Why? Because the reward center for nicotine and for the activity of playing a co-op game, puzzle game, is the same, which is absolutely crazy. So not only is playing video games not a bad habit, it will actually help you break bad habits. This one's astonishing. So here's the University of Washington Harborview Burn Center, and here they got patients with severe burns to play a game called Snow World in VR, and found that the amount of time that people experienced pain was reduced by 92%. And afterwards, the sensation of pain after playing the game was reduced by 50%. Absolutely colossal. If a drug did this, it would be the world's greatest success. I take statins regularly. Statins are 1,000 times less efficacious than VR. I'm not for the same thing. Obviously, I'm not a severe burn victim. I just got a bit too much crap in my arteries, right? Which is a big difference. I'm not saying I'm going to play video games to fix this, but this kind of result, this kind of figure, this delta, this sigma is enormous. You don't find it in drugs. Drugs give you tiny, tiny relative risk improvements. And of course, my guess is a lot of you have heard of the very famous Oxford Tetris study that showed the effects of PTSD being massively reduced, up to 50% fewer flashbacks experienced by people who were playing Tetris immediately in the wake of a traumatic incident. Why? Because the visual centers are so occupied with the game and its very arresting visuals that they were not able to recall the trauma. So the current sensation was associated with excitement towards playing the game. And perhaps my favorite study of all showed that young kids going into an operation would be given a handheld gaming device to play, and it dropped their anxiety down to almost zero compared to the control group, who still felt fully anxious. And afterwards, they required far fewer meds in order to recover, which is incredible. Imagine you're going into an op, you don't feel anxious, right? So like yesterday, I was absolutely crapping myself. My Apple Watch gave me a 120 beats warning while I was standing to come up here. Why was that? Because I was watching a good speaker who swears a lot more than me and way more brilliantly than I can manage, and is way cooler than I will ever be. And I was thinking, how am I going to follow that, right? All nonsense, because I've done this billions of times. And obviously, you can tell it's not my first rodeo. The point is, that's the human, right? The human mind is very easily tricked. I might have done this many times before, but I'm always going to respond the same way, and I've learned to plan for that. But my heart doesn't know any better. My heart's still doing 120 beats per minute. Now, What is the point of that? The point of that is today I'm chilled. Why? Because just before this very talk, I was out there with my good old friends, Mike and Gary, having a well overdue catch up. And so by the time I came here, I was practically falling asleep because they're so boring. I mean, so I'm good. Anyway, so kids, no anxiety before an operation. Isn't that amazing? I'll let you read this quote or speed read it very, very quickly for about 5 seconds because the quote is not really important. Because it's kind of, a little bit touchy-feely. I think it could be expressed a little bit better. But me, I always believed in the healing power of games. But the main thing for me is the science has now confirmed the way I felt about it. And it took me 40 years to get to this point. I just wish my father was still alive to see that making monkeys dance on the screen can heal people. All right, fine. Games are good for you. Okay, we've established that. But what do I do about it? Anyone recognize these fellas, or at least one of them? Come on. You failed Game Dev 101. Mike Wilson, come on, co-founder of Devolver. He's a legend. Absolute legend. Mike's the one with a really big smile in the blue shirt, by the way, just in case. And the other one's Ryan Douglas. Mike Wilson also founded Gathering of Developers, worked on stuff like Doom, stuff like that. And he co-founded Devolver Digital and is the coolest guy in the video games industry, as far as I can tell. Ryan Douglas, on the other hand, is one of the coolest guys, if such an adjective were appropriate, in the medical devices industry. And they teamed up because they formulated a hypothesis that if games could be healing, and the evidence, the case studies, the meta-studies were indicating that they could, perhaps we can make games that could be FDA approved and supply this medicine, in effect, fulfilling McGonagall's vision about how play could potentially be prescribed. So before Mike announced this, he knew that I was writing about meaning in video games and my career in video games for quite some time. He reached out to me and said, I might be doing something in this area and I think you might quite like it. And I said, you had me at hello. So as soon as he got off the ground, I was there. I'm helping them, helping us because I'm part of it. Deepwell DTX is the name of the company. And the thing is, play isn't like other forms of entertainment. Kids develop through play. It's a fundamental part of the development process. I'm not talking, what kind of development I'm talking about, right? I don't have to explain that to you. Kids develop through play. They learn to model the world through play. Play's absolutely vital even for adults. One of the funniest things that happened to me was shortly after I joined PlayStation, 2005-ish, so ancient history still. A bunch of us sat around the desks at lunch playing Mario Kart on the Nintendo DS, 8-player. And one of the VPs walked in one day and said, what the hell are you doing? You're playing the competitions thing and you're, in the office. It's a great game. It's lunchtime. Now, look, I understand his point. Can you imagine if a big partner walked in and saw instead of us lot playing on a PSP at the time, that's the closest equivalent, we were playing on this instead, 8 of us. We couldn't just put it down to it being competitive analysis. No, because we weren't in a games room. We were at our desks doing desk stuff. And we were all dressed in suits and stuff. So clearly we had nothing to do with video games and stuff. But the point being, I think he was short-sighted simply because if you can't play, what's the point of life? Yeah? If all life is about is 10xing your productivity, what's the point in living? It's just nuts. We've forgotten to sleep. We've forgotten to look after our mental health. We've forgotten to play. We've forgotten to hug. We've forgotten to reach out to people. We've forgotten to be reached by people. We've become atomized. TikTok's not the problem. Having to have 3 jobs to pay for both heating and eating. That's the problem. So I thought I would put up a highly representative family photo because I want to talk about family very briefly before I close. I did think that at least the ginger-haired contingent is represented, and that probably does constitute a minority, though perhaps less so north of the border. I don't know. Is that a really bad thing to say? Maybe, I don't know. Like I said, you can have me wheeled out like Ron Atkinson and put to pasture. Why do I want to talk about family? Because I want to give you some personal stories that have touched my life. Very brief. I went through a horrific period of mental health many times. We all have. I'm not trying to make a big deal out of it. But I'll tell you what got me out of those periods. Long, sustained periods of 2 hours a day of video game therapy. Super Stardust HD on the PS3. And yes, Call of Duty Modern Warfare, the first one. I played that for 2 hours a day for 18 months. That's how long it took me to get better. This is while I was at PlayStation. How did I get better? Because by the end of that 18-month period, I was so good at the warehouse level in multiplayer. I was regularly kicking ass of these 15-year-olds who'd been calling Packy not 6 months before online. Boy, does that feel empowering. Yeah, might be a Packy, but I kicked your young ass. Finally, I want to tell you the story of a boy who was as cool as the Fonz in nursery. The coolest kid. Every other kid would call his name when he'd come in to nursery. Every kid would say bye to this kid when he left the nursery. Then he went to school. At school, at 4 years old, he was bullied racially, mercilessly, left with bruises on his body, and the head teacher did nothing. So his parents did what any sensible parents should do in that situation, or perhaps slightly crazy parents did. They pulled him out of school and decided that they were going to homeschool him. Why? Because he was beginning to have nightmares. This formerly confident kid was beginning to have nightmares. He's beginning to twitch involuntarily. And while he'd stopped wetting the bed, he started that again, and he started to wake up in the middle of the night screaming. So in a short period of time, this formerly confident boy had become broken. So his parents pulled him out of school, started to home educate him, gave him a very thorough, comprehensive curriculum. One of the core subjects, okay, so you've got reading, writing, arithmetic. To hell with that. Number one, video games. Why? Because he didn't have time for video games before. Why didn't he have time for video games? Because he had all this stuff to do and he was exhausted. So video games, as much video games as you can handle. Once you've had your video game allowance, which is as long as you want, by the way, then we'll do the other stuff and we'll take it easy. Something amazing started to happen. His parents observed that he was exceptionally capable at these games. All of the Nintendo Switch stuff, he would absolutely completionist style destroy it. 999 moons on Super Mario Odyssey. Everything would be 100%ed. It was phenomenal. This 4-year-old becoming a 5-year-old was becoming sensationally confident at the same time. Yeah, he was doing a lot of other stuff. But what made the difference was that he realized that here is a world where the rules are fair, where I'm not racially bullied. He didn't verbalize any of this, but he understood what I did in 1982, which drew me, a victim of racial bullying, to coding, and why I wrote my epic thread, which you must read, by the way, now, because I'm sure you've loved my talk. Code is Just, at Shahid Kamal on Twitter. Check it out. Loads of people love it. Loads of them way more famous than I'll ever be. So you will enjoy it. The point being, video games that all of us create, have these boundaries, have these rules. They're fair. They might be hard, but they're always fair. You might feel like they're unfair. The blue shell in Mario Kart, come on. We might feel that, but actually it does balance things out. And I've begun to accept that, come to terms with that. So this boy suddenly, I say suddenly, over a period of 2 years, becomes a hugely confident, charismatic, amazing boy again. And that just accelerates. I'm very proud of my son. He's a total winner. I love him to absolute bits. So I say to you, play some more, and play some more again. Playing games is extremely good for you. And the world needs the people in this room.
Wow, never a truer word said. Thank you so much. Thank you, Shahid. And thanks to all our amazing speakers. Haven't they all been fantastic? Please, let's give one more round of applause for all our speakers today. Shahid's looking for a cigarette if anyone's got one going, I think. Yeah. I think he's earned it. It's fine. We are doing this all again tomorrow in Glasgow. We did this last night in Edinburgh. I'm beginning to lose track of the cities. We're doing this again tomorrow in Glasgow. I know some of you have bought tickets for Glasgow, which is great. If anyone else wants to come along as well, do come along. Tickets are still on sale. In fact, if you've bought a ticket for tonight, I don't care. Just come to Glasgow. We'll let you in. It's just great to see. It's just great to see people moving around the cities. So that's amazing. I would also like to thank all the organisations that have also made this possible. I used to do this for free and out of my own pocket, and that just wasn't sustainable. So if it wasn't for the organisations behind me, I probably wouldn't still be doing this anymore. So please, I'd like to thank Creative Scotland, InGame, Excelbyte, Blazing Griffin, Firestoke, Pocket Size Hands, Glitchers, Ninja Kiwi, Hyperluminal Games, Escape Technology, Sheridan's, Johnston Carmichael, Speech Graphics, and Rivet Games. Please join me in giving them a big hand. And that is us. This seems to have gone round really well. So at the moment, I've kind of earmarked the last week of April to do this again. I'll email people that have registered online with dates once we've got it sorted, probably in the new year. I'll also put out a little survey. If you've got any feedback on today, that's really useful just in terms of shaping what's most useful and what's most interesting to everyone. But thank you very much for coming along. Without people coming along, we wouldn't have all these publishers coming up. We wouldn't get people like Creative Scotland getting involved to the extent that they are. I just see the good it does. So thanks very much for coming along. You're welcome to hang out. I think John that runs the place is happy to have people staying for a while and getting another drink. When you do leave, if you can recycle your lanyards and just leave them at the door, that would be great. And I hope to see you all again soon. Thank you.